Roll it up. roll it up. watch him go down. No, I'm never gonna slow down. Turn the lights down, watch him go down. No, I'm never gonna slow down. Turn the lights down, watch him go down. No, I'm never gonna slow down. Turn the lights down, watch him go down. No, I'm never gonna slow down.
Turn the lights down, watch him.
Turn the lights down, watch him go down. No, I'm never gonna slow down. Turn the lights down, watch him go down. No, I'm never gonna slow down. Turn the lights down, watch him go down. No, I'm never gonna slow down. Turn the lights down, watch him go down. No, I'm never gonna slow down. I'm like go like go.
Say yes, it's fine. Welcome to Tech Skills Day. It is finally happening. We are here online, of course, in the virtual space that is the internet. What a day we have planned. Anyway, I'm pretty excited. I'm Lars Klint. I'm a senior developer evangelist advocate. We have many names here at Pluralsight. We have such a good lineup today. We have panels, we have live coding, we have some demos, we have music very shortly. Yes, I know it's coding, but it's music. So make sure that if you're on the platform all day, you do engage with the community. There's a lot of you watching, and you might have questions, you might have comments, you might have compliments. All of them are valid, and we'd love to hear them. So please do engage on whatever platform you're on, but we are sort of preferring YouTube a little bit. So jump over there if you can. Otherwise, we are on all the other platforms that we're streaming to as well. Now, remember, Tech Skills Day is for everyone, right? It doesn't matter how much experience you have. It doesn't matter if you have none. It doesn't matter if you live in Antarctica. Oh, can we get? We probably can get in Antarctica. Wherever you are, join, and then tell your friends and let them join, and your family and your colleagues. And if you have to be, in a sort of less interesting meeting, you can multitask maybe, right? So that's the plan. We're going to have 5 hours of this, I think it is. It's going to be amazing. No, 6 hours actually. And don't forget, because you signed up, you are in the running to win a Steam Deck. Yeah. So if you're, stay tuned. You might actually be able to win that. Oh, hang on. My assistant. There it is. Look at it. We actually have one. It's not on. So if I'm late for the next session, you know why. Thanks, Matthias. So yeah, but enough of me waffling. We're going to learn something about music, I think. But I'm not the musical genius here. My colleague, David Neal, is, and he will take you into the next session.
Hey everyone, I am David Neal, Principal Developer Advocate for Pluralsight, and I could not be more thrilled to have with me today Sam Aaron, the creator of Sonic Pi. I would love to introduce you. Sam, could you give us a little bit about yourself?
Hello there, I'm Sam. I'm a programmer. I've got the t-shirt. And I've written a programming system called Sonic Pi, which hopefully we'll talk about, which is a system that lets you to turn code, simple code, into music. And I created it for two reasons, really. One is that to support professional DJs, live coding, so they'll be performing in big venues by projecting their code and writing it and making cool music. But actually, primarily, it's to learn how to do computer science. So the system is the same system that's used by professional DJs is used in schools to teach computer science. And so it's simple enough for everyone to get started.
That's awesome. It seems to me that there's typically a high correlation between people who are in programming and who also have some kind of creative outlet. Is that your experience too? Have you seen a lot of folks who are interested in the possibility of creating music as well as learning technology?
Yeah, and that's a really good point. I think that creativity and code are definitely hand in hand. And we, as programmers, we start with blank sheets often or other people's work and we modify it and we imagine the world that we want to create and we create that from nothing, really. I think it's one of the most expressive tools of human expression we have that just isn't yet understood, I think, by society in general. But it's an amazing, powerful tool that lets you not just write business apps, which obviously is the predominant application of code today, but also lets you write poetry and music and all sorts of interesting artistic forms of expression that really humanity is yet to properly and excitingly pursue yet. So I think we really get to see what we can do as humans when we apply code creatively.
Yeah, absolutely. Can you tell me about what was the reason why you created Sonic Pi? What was your motivation for doing that in the first place?
Yeah, I mean, I can spend hours talking this. I'll be trying to be quick as possible. I've always been interested in the intersection of code and the arts. I was at a programming conference where they had a really interesting after party where they had a bunch of musicians play, and I just had my thought, I wonder if you could make code the music. Of course, as with everything with computer science, once you start looking in, you've seen people doing it for 50 years in the past. In fact, in this case, even Ada Lovelace, she imagined that the engines that she was working with Charles Babbage, could be used for creative pursuits, and particularly in music. So this is not new at all. But I then focused on working on systems. I worked on it for many years. And then I had a lucky break to work on a project specifically for schools. And so I developed a system that was a music system that was also code to let kids, instead of doing sorting algorithms or printing 1 to 10, to actually code baselines and synth riffs. And it's actually the same difficulty to sort numbers as it is to actually play a bass riff. And I think that bass riffs are way more engaging, and drum breaks are way more engaging than the kind of quite boring computer science applications you see in schools at the moment. So it was just great fun to work on that, and it was successful. I carried on working with it and still working on it today now. So it's really lovely to see not just it be successful in the school context, but actually there are worldwide DJs using the same system now, performing on huge stages, and it's amazing to see.
I'd love to dive into some of those stories that you have, or feedback you've gotten from different folks. So is there a specific story of like a teacher or student that who has used Sonic Pi and that's particularly interesting to you?
Yeah, I mean, there's examples in the classroom. Often teachers I work with might say, these are the gifted students, you should put more effort into these, and these aren't the gifted students, and actually turns out that segregation isn't at all valid, and often the kids that are being sort of put aside and not really given enough focus are the ones which really shine, and that's really beautiful to see that, and to see the teacher actually get it completely wrong. And I've seen, and it's really lovely to see children take the code and do things you haven't taught them to do. So early on in the early days that we were looking at playing the bass at the same time as the drums. Well, actually, that wasn't the case. The kids wanted to play the bass at the same time as the drums, and they would put their hands up and say, how do I do that? And it wasn't on the curriculum, because to do the bass and the drums, you need to do concurrency, which is multiple things at the same time. So this was an example where the kids were really driving what they wanted to do and pushing it forwards. And so I had to sneak in concurrency into the system without actually telling the teachers I've done that. That was fun. And then in terms of actual performances, there's a really amazing performer. She's called DJ Dave. She's based in New York, and she's performing in huge venues now. And it's amazing to see her, really her career really blossoming. And she predominantly uses, she mixes Sonic Pi, live coding, and sort of traditional DJ with decks, and combines the two. And so it's just to watch her do her work and really demonstrate and hopefully help to change the social perspective of programming as not just a tool for business, but as a tool for human expression. When all the people go and see her performing on stage, they're seeing a professional programmer, and that professional programmer isn't doing some database transactions or doing some distributed computing. She's live coding the music that they're dancing to, and I think that's to me is a really inspiring, exciting thing. And they feed back together. So when you go into the schools and you say you need to learn to code, and you show them pictures of DJ Dave and say, would you like to do this? That becomes the engaging mechanism to get them excited and to want to do it, rather than you need to learn to code because we tell you to. The kids need to be motivated from their own right, and I think music is an amazing tool for that.
Yeah, that's incredible. Making learning fun while also providing some motivation to explore and be creative, and giving that positive feedback loop for kids. That sounds awesome. Have you seen Sonic Pi be used in some unexpected ways since you've created it?
Yes, I read about a lady. She wrote a whole opera with code using Sonic Pi, which was amazing to see. I've seen a chap from Turkey. He coded his own. Well, not his own. He coded traditional Turkish scales in Sonic Pi and used those for a traditional Turkish performance. So yes, it's a real range of different things, and it's nice to be able to see the system I developed in the UK, which perhaps may have a very specific focus on sort of Western traditions of music, actually not have those constraints at all, and people using it for a wide variety of different cultural approaches to music, which is really nice to see.
Yeah. So we've talked about education and performance. What are maybe some ways that folks who are working with databases today and having to deal with ACID transactions or building, different kinds of business applications, how might they use Sonic Pi as a creative outlet, or help spark some creativity in the work that they do?
ACID transactions is quite good. The ACID base. I think it's a good question. I mean, in general, I think using tools like Sonic Pi, which are obviously focused on audio. There's many other live coding systems that have an audio application. Sonic Pi is one of many. But also the visual tools can be just a really nice thing just to use the skills you've got and explore different outputs where perhaps you don't really care so much about the precision and the quality of the results. You're just expressing yourself in the same way you might go to a piece of paper and doodle some pictures and not worry that you're making this professional piece of art, but just doodling and having fun. And in that process, you'll actually learn a lot because you'll get into positions where you'll want to be able to do something and you don't quite know how to do it. And then you'll learn. You'll be intrinsically motivated to learn that thing. And those skills are all directly transferable back and forth between writing Sonic Pi code and writing your database transactions. In fact, Sonic Pi code is currently written in a language called Ruby, and there's a lot of direct transfer to Ruby on Rails. But of course, many other languages as well have very similar constructs. So there's that, but there's also interesting application about using sound as a sonic form of understanding things. I mean, in the olden days when they talk about sort of debugging these old computers in the sort of the 50s and 60s, a lot of that was actually going around and listening to the computers because they made whirring and buzzing and noises because they were physical operational things. And if you heard the computer going that wasn't the normal, then you could hear that perhaps there was something wrong with that. So there's an interesting way to think about how you could convert the data that you're observing into sound and then be able to listen to that to be able to detect patterns and to hear where things are correct and perhaps are not correct.
Yeah, that made me think of when you're learning a language or a new system for creating something, programming. What are some of like the concepts of computer science that you can learn using Sonic Pi?
Very good question. I mean, Sonic Pi was developed specifically in line with the UK computer science curriculum. So it was designed to teaching basic data structures and algorithms and sequencing and conditionals, and it does all of those really, really easily. I mean, a baseline is a list of notes to play and an order of the notes and a list of the timings of which notes to play. And so a list of numbers can be converted to a baseline. It is actually a baseline, just to how you interpret it. So you can do all the really the basic computer science stuff, but also actually a lot more interesting advanced stuff. So I already mentioned sort of briefly before, concurrency. That's critical in a musical context. When you have a band, it's much simpler to have a person playing the drums, a person playing the bass, a person singing, and a person playing the guitar, than to have one person attempt to do all those things at the same time. And so having multiple things, multiple actors in the same system working together in sort of an Erlang sense or an Elixir sense is actually very natural in music. And so Sonic Pi has that as its core concept. And you can see that you can drive the bass and the drums at the same time. But also there's also aspects about live coding where you're working with a system that's perhaps too large to switch off, and you need to be able to modify it and fix the bugs live whilst it's running, which is true of many of the large systems around in the world today. You don't have the luxury of saying, right, I'm going to shut the whole system down, fix the bug, bring it back up again. You need to be able to hot swap the code as it's currently running, and so Sonic Pi actually is designed for that. So as I'm running the code, if I just left it going, it would just get boring pretty quickly. So what I'm actually doing is I'm injecting new lines of code all the time and modifying it as it's running without actually stopping the program. And that's a really nice way of doing exploratory design. And you could apply that same process to your database transactions, to all sorts of different things where you want a system where you want to ask lots of questions and get the results really quickly and have a very sort of flow-like interaction with the computer.
Yeah, that sounds awesome. Well, as a technologist, that sounds like an amazing way to play around with the structures and loops and all that kind of stuff. But on the flip side, on the music side of things, what have been some of the reactions from, like, say, musical purists when they hear about something like this? What do they say?
That's a good question as well. I mean, it's interesting. In the school situation, I've worked obviously with computer science teachers and music teachers, and typically the computer science teachers are the ones which are easiest to get excited by. They're really desperate to find ways to engage children in computer science, because that's actually really that's the hard part. It's easy to teach computer science. It's hard to get people excited and to actually care about it. Whereas the musical teachers often, I feel that there's been a lot more sort of gatekeeping and sort of friction and restriction about what I'm doing, because it's obviously not traditional music in the way that they would perhaps perceive it. Because we're taking a lot of these traditional forms and constraints and just tearing them apart, in the sense that the composer is not the same as the instrument, and it's not the same as the performer. And with live code, you can actually combine all those three things together, and you can mix them in whichever sort of amounts you want. So you obviously can have it all do the composition is the performer, but you can also have the instrument be the composition, it's really fun to play around with those ideas. And so we're taking music into a new direction, but also not trying to replace existing music. I think that's a critical thing. Code is a fabulous tool that lets us compose using code as our instead of doing dots on lines, we write simple words. And then instead of those dots on lines instructing the violin player or instructing the piano player, these words will instruct the computer to perform, but also will instruct the computer to do the kind of studio mixes that you might find in a production work. So you can add reverb and distortion and compression and all those kind of cool production techniques. So you're not just composing, you're also doing production with the same code. And the nice thing then is 1,000 years later, we're able to take that same code and to reproduce the music that was performed. And then I think that's why we study and look at the traditional composers, Western composers particularly, like Beethoven and Bach, is we have their notation today, but we don't have the notation of Aphex Twin, and we don't have the notation of Daft Punk. We have to sort of reverse engineer those things. So I think code gives us an opportunity for the next generation of composers, if they were to use code, for their work to be captured and studied in the future.
Oh, that is a great point. That gets me even more excited about learning Sonic Pi. So, you can learn technology, you can also learn music theory, and as you just pointed out, you can also learn a bit about production and like, the different effects or mixing and things that go along with performance. What about the community? What have been some of the reactions like? Has there a community that's kind of built up around this tool now?
Absolutely, yes. I mean, there's a larger community of artistic programmers doing all sorts of interesting pursuits. There's a large community of live coders using a variety of different coding languages, and then within that, there's the community of Sonic Pi users, and we have a really nice forums, and that's got inside of it. We've got musicians, of course, programmers, artists, teachers, all working together, and it's really nice to see like a teacher asking a question about how they might sort of demonstrate some particular algorithm, and then have a musician answer that question, and to have code be sort of the lingua franca, the common language that people can use across these domains, which perhaps they would never have talked to each other before. Perhaps the musician wouldn't talk to the teacher, wouldn't talk to the computer scientist, and now they're all talking fluently together, and it's really nice to see sharing across those boundaries in a beautiful way. So I'm really excited to see that, and I think that code is obviously music is one way of doing this. Once more of the society can understand a little bit of code, not necessarily everyone be professional programmers, but just everyone can understand and just understand a little bit what code is and how it can work and how we can use it to express ourselves and how we can express business needs and we can express artistic needs, then I think that we'll be able to communicate with each other much more effectively. And I think that's a beautiful future to imagine.
Awesome. That sounds amazing. Well, I know you're going to show us a little bit about the code and give us a performance. Is there anything else before we jump into that maybe I forgot to ask?
Not really, I don't think. I mean, I could talk for hours about it. Obviously, we haven't got hours. But it's really just, if there's anything to say, is to say that code is for everyone. And if you're worried about if it's useful for you or not, just experiment and play. If you're the experimental, expressive kind, then live coding and music could be something that you could use just to get started, or at least have that kind of conversation with others. I mean, a good example I have is that whenever I go to parties, which hasn't been for a while now because of the whole COVID thing, but when I used to go to parties, I used to, in the early days, I used to tell people I was a programmer, and that would kill the conversation. And it was pretty depressing, really, because I wanted to talk about programming. So now I lie, and I say, I'm a musician. And people go, oh, cool. What do you play? And I say, code. And I've got them in the conversation. And then suddenly we can start to talk about the specificity of code. And so I think that once we start to see code in a different light, and we can see performers like DJ Dave on stage, and that hopefully changes the perception, social perception of code to be something that's not just for business, but for everybody. I think all of us can start to explore, all of us can start to experiment and dabble and play, and I think that's just going to be a good thing for everybody. So code is for everybody. You don't have to do complicated things. That's there if you want to, just in the same way that sports is for everybody. Not everyone will be a professional sports person, but everyone should have a bit of sports in their life, and it's good for your body and your soul.
Yeah.
And coding is the same.
This code is for everybody. I love that. And Sam, you're not being a liar. You are a musician. Just as I say, anyone who writes a single line of code, they are a programmer. They're just starting their journey as a programmer. So you can safely say that you are a musician. So I'd like to turn it over to you. Show us a little bit about the code and what that looks like. And really
shall I just crack on with the performance then?
Yeah, let's do it.
So I'm going to start simple with some ambient stuff, just because it's like I have to switch my mind into the performance mode. Then I'm going to start to amp it up into a bit more sort of acid techno. So get your dancing shoes on, but it'll just start off a bit slow as I'm switching my brain over to coding mode, and then we'll get into dancing mode. So enjoy and catch me on the internet, everyone. Bye.
How cool was that? Oh man, thank you so much, David and Sam, for that. There's a few points I want to mention from what the conversation between Sam and David. One of them was, it is never too early to learn. Now, Sam talked a lot about working with kids, trying to make it interesting. To be honest, I want it to be interesting. It's probably because I'm really 9, but you know what I mean? It's got to be engaging and interesting, and this is one of the ways. It's like I'm getting goosebumps. It's very cool. I'm actually going to try and figure out how to do this, and I'm not a musician, or maybe I am, because David said that everyone probably is. Anyway, if you have any questions, put them in the chat, because we are monitoring the chat. We will answer any questions we can, and don't forget to redeem your free access to the Pluralsight Premium platform, because there are so many courses on there, and of course there are some on Python as well. I don't know if we have a Sonic Pi one yet, but maybe that's coming. But yeah, how cool was that? And of course, I had to wear my Sonic DJ t-shirt for it. So, but yes, I think we are anticipating. I can't wait for the next session. We're gonna have some live coding. We're gonna have Sophy who codes, and none other than, of course, Scott Hanselman helping her out, or maybe Sophy helping Scott. Let's see what happens. But this is going to be one of those sessions that probably teaches you something new they never thought of. So, but no more from me until Scott's done. Let's head over to Scott and Sophy.
All right. Let's take a look at my screen here. I have been so frustrated staring at this code for the last several hours. Not sure if you can see this, Sophy, but I have just been so frustrated for the last couple of days. Every time I try to build this, it's just a big pile of fail.
You know, Scott, on line 22, it actually looks like you don't have a semicolon there.
Oh, crap. Are you serious? Oh, man.
I'm very serious, yes.
Well, that would have been super helpful yesterday. So thanks for sharing that bit of information. That was a big pile of fail right there.
You know, I think it happens to the best of us. And it's really easy to get down on ourselves when we can't figure something like that out. But realizing that those moments kind of propel us into success is something that I think is very, very important. I remember when I was in my undergrad, actually, I was like so keen on landing an internship. And so I like go to a national conference and I'm suited and booted with my resume and I'm like ready to like kill it. And the recruiter asks me one question at like the first booth that I go to. And he's like, what's the difference between C++ and Python? And I just completely freeze. I'm like, I have no, I don't know if it was the nerves or like, I had no idea what to answer. So I felt that career for feeling very, very defeated. But rather than like sit in that defeat, I decided, okay, well, I don't know this. Let me go and like figure out the best way to prepare for this technical interview process so that I am better prepared the next time. So the moment of failure wasn't necessarily stagnant. I think subconsciously I was setting up a system that allowed me to fail, recover, and then get back out there and try again.
Yeah, I think that kind of stuff is really important. Mindset, I think, is estimated, and people don't teach us enough about mindset. The majority of the learning process in the West is just grind. Why aren't you succeeding? Well, you're not trying hard enough. So stay up later, drink more Red Bull, and that is how you succeed, as opposed to how I think you and I have learned how to succeed, which is to fail fast and fail often. And yes. I think that comes up a lot when you're like thinking about learning a new programming language or a new concept or a new technology, whether it be Kubernetes or AI or whatever. It's kind of this loop process. When we talked about fail fast, fail often, though you're basically building a system and you're trying to evolve yourself and evolve your own brain as technologies themselves evolve rather. The way that I look at it is this idea of this loop, this inner loop. Like when you're writing code, right? You like write some code and then you build and then you run your code and then you test and you just kind of loop and you sit there and the trick is to loop as fast as possible and make it as comfortable as possible. And they teach you this a little bit in school and they have like, well, here's the developer on their local loop. And then here's the kind of like larger team loop where you build and test and then do security stuff. And then it goes to deployment and you go like this. These loops, I think, can be applied to our own brains and our own processes when we're like working remotely from home. However, I think these are really idealized loops. And I think the real actual loop probably looks something more like this, which is like, write some code, freak out, call a friend, go to Reddit, go to Stack Overflow, check TikTok. Here's cash my paycheck. But even this right here is a little bit like sterile, don't you think?
Absolutely. I think that we don't realize that sometimes in tech, we can think that things are very linear and very step by step, but the humanization of it is kind of what makes us realize that, okay, there's a lot more steps before we get to the ideal solution, and kind of leaning into that is very, very important. And one of the most important steps, might I add, I think sometimes can be reaching out for help, like the call Sophy, call Scott little sections right there.
Yeah, I think that that's the humanizing part of tech. I think that we, again, spend so much time thinking about, well, you need to work harder and you need to grind, all of which are important, but the humans are here to help, right? So if I can call Sophy and get help with my $1 million semicolon that I wasted a day on, or you can give me, a text about particular technology, then we can be a part of each other's inner loop. And I know that's why you and I feel so strongly about, community as being a big part of the learning process and that learning loop.
Absolutely. And I think that sometimes reaching out for help, especially in tech, can be kind of demonized when it shouldn't be. Sometimes it can be one of the most valuable things that you can do. And it can kind of allow you to get to the solution in a more productive and efficient way.
Yeah, I think though that people might say, and people might say here in the chat, that for new employees, for early in career people, it's really challenging to go and call for help or to ask someone. And asking for help can be really, really scary.
I think so. And I don't want people to confuse asking for help with just kind of throwing your hands up and being like, well, I don't get it. I don't know. Like, this doesn't work. And, allowing others to kind of do your job for you. When I first joined where I work, I tried to ask my questions in a solution oriented way. And this isn't something that I was doing like right off the bat, right? Like, this was feedback that I received, right? They were like, well, what have you tried? What was the result of approach 1, approach 2? And then maybe now we have a working conversation, and it's not just me coming asking you to solve this for me. It's more of a conversation of, I've done this and I need a little bit more guidance on the most ideal solution for what we're currently working on.
Okay, so you're not saying just like let other people work for you, but we are encouraging folks to call for help. Should I just like bother everybody all the time? And what if I'm new and I feel really like they're gonna flip the bozo bit and think I'm an idiot because I keep asking for help?
I think we've all felt like we might be in that situation before, but realizing that every interaction you have in tech, especially when you're asking for help, may not be a net positive, right? You may ask someone for help, maybe they're short on time, and so they kind of just give you like a half answer, or maybe they themselves don't really know what the solution is and they're just kind of like trying to mask that they do, right? So every experience you have when you're reaching out for help may not be positive. Every resource you use may not suit your learning style. But I think that remembering, if the first person doesn't help you, then reach out to someone else. And if the first resource doesn't help, then look for another resource. Find something that works for you and suits your learning style so that you can be the most effective with
Yeah.
your time.
Yeah, there is a balance. There's a balance between knowing yourself and knowing what you know, knowing what you don't know. There's a balance between knowing who you can ask and whether or not you trust them and that they're going to be welcoming. Finding people at work who are cool that you can go like, hey, what did that 3-letter acronym mean? I was like in a meeting at work. I've been at Microsoft 15 years. I've been in tech for 30, and I was still like, what does that acronym mean? And you have to find people where you can ask that safely so that they don't just immediately go, oh, well, you should be fired. You don't know that
And
acronym or that technology.
and I think creating that kind of a community is so important, because then it allows you to learn in a safe way and grow in a safe way. And it's not like you're creating this like, well, you should have known that. You know what I mean? That can get very negative very quickly, I think.
Some people might comment, and I see some comments in the stream here where people might feel like new employees, early in career employees who are in a remote situation, that describes you completely, might feel like they can't really reach out for help. And in the time, a lot of people started working during the pandemic, and fresh undergrads who might not necessarily be social. Do you have to work that muscle in order to like call somebody? Because I know you do your homework before you call. Does that help you when you reach out for help?
I think it does. And I think the scariest part about reaching out is that you don't want to bother someone. You don't want to waste someone else's time. But when you do your homework and you do your due diligence first, you're not wasting their time, right? Because you're coming to them with possible solutions to what you're stuck on. You're not asking them to take time out of their day to start to like go into your code and like code things out. No. I've done that already. I'm just at a roadblock here, and I need a little bit of guidance on how to get over it. So I think that the homework part kind of eases me into thinking, okay, I'm not wasting their time because I've already done some stuff on my end. I just need I need their input. I need their insight. And if you spin it that way, I mean, you're calling me for input. I mean, who doesn't want to give their insight or talk, right? So I think that helps a lot.
Yeah, I think it's also worth pointing out that whether you're later in career or earlier in career, people are going to offer a fresh perspective. And I think whether it be me staring at a missing semicolon and you going, it's there, I needed that fresh perspective. I needed that little bit of a mind shift. So there's a lot of value there.
I think that the beauty in tech is that you can be a complete expert in one area while also being a complete beginner in another. And traditionally, I think in any given field, we usually value this idea of seniority, but I think it's worth shifting the conversation a little bit and understanding what it means to be junior or the value in juniority, right? Because sometimes a set of fresh perspective is really all that you need to kind of go forward. I remember I was a few weeks into this new role at my job, and they gave me a ticket to solve a bug that had existed for like 2+ years. And internally in my developer loop, I'm like in the freak out section, right? Because I'm like, how is this going to work? Like, it's been here for 2 years. Why would they ask me? Like, I'm not going to be able to figure it out. Once I got over that, I started to, kind of figure out, all right, let me get this working locally, reproduce it, read through some documentation. All that to say, within a week, I had something that I thought could work. I had a proposed solution, but it's almost seemed too simple to be true, like too good to be true. But I didn't really have anything to lose, so I just tried it. And to my surprise, it worked. And this isn't me saying like, oh, Scott, like I'm just the smartest, wisest, like bestest person ever. But I think what this is saying is that my unique perspective and background and experiences allowed me to view that problem in a way that clearly no one else had in 2 years, right? So sometimes seeing things through a different lens and entering solutions with an open mind is really key to being able to push the needle forward.
That's a super valuable perspective. I mean, I'm looking here, I've got my degree on the wall, which took 11 years to get. I got my wife's degree. You might think about your certificates and all the Pluralsight courses that you've taken, but my degree and all the technologies that I learned, they're all gone. Every operating system, every programming language other than C that I learned isn't used anymore. So I have to remember that I went to school to learn how to learn. And my life and my processes are learning how to learn. So everybody, I think, is an expert at something. And I love that term that you made up, juniority. We do focus, everyone wants to be senior. Hey, I'm 23 and I've been coding for 1.5 years. Am I senior yet? Everybody's just trying to figure this stuff out at on their own, but everyone's an expert in their own journey and how they learned, and they know you're an expert in yourself, and that there's value in that.
Yes, I love that.
Yeah, I think also we should get away from this whole expert pro, and we're all amateurs, we're all figuring this out. I didn't know, apparently everyone's an expert in AI now. Have you noticed this?
I have.
Right. I'm seeing a bunch of people that were marketeers that are now experts in ChatGPT, who were in no way involved in the creation of ChatGPT, and they have courses that you can teach you about how it works. It just came out a minute ago.
The beauty of the internet.
Exactly. So we can accept maybe that there are no professionals. We're just trying to figure this out the best we can. Have you ever felt like people have kind of bonked you on the head at work with their experience, and they're like, I got 20 years experience, Sophie, you should listen to me?
Yes, oftentimes. And I think that it's tough because in a sense, sometimes experience, I feel like, can help, right? Like, would you agree that it could help in maybe decreasing a learning curve in the long run? But at the end of the day, like you just mentioned, 20 years experience in what exactly?
That's the question. That's the question. Do you have 20 years experience, or is it the same year 20 times?
Right.
Because are you learning? Are you awake? Are you paying attention? Are you thinking about what you're doing, or are you just letting life just kind of like happen by default? I realized really early on that I am just trying to figure out what I'm doing, and things are moving so fast that what I knew yesterday is going to be different tomorrow. So I really try to be present and intentional about my experience. One of the people that I really admire is this fella here. Do you know who this is?
Scott, like many of the conversations we have, no, I do not know.
I feel like every conversation I have is, have you seen this show? Have you listened to this artist? Do you know who, like,
and it's me saying, no, Scott, I haven't.
Okay.
And then us watching a quick little clip. Okay.
So this old guy here, not this old guy, but this old guy is Tim Berners-Lee. He's actually Sir Tim Berners-Lee, Knight of the British Empire or whatever. And he invented the World Wide Web. And what I love about Tim Berners-Lee is that here's a guy who on his like business card, it says web developer. And he could have said the web developer. Imagine like going to an interview and like the guy's like, oh yeah, it doesn't say senior, it doesn't say junior. It literally says the web developer. But he doesn't do that because the web is bigger than Tim Berners-Lee, right? And I think that that's a really cool vibe. And actually, speaking of cool vibes, check this out. So I was in at Micro. I work in Portland, but I was in Redmond. I'd driven up to Seattle, and I was in Building 42, and we were working on web APIs. And I was thinking about REST, which is like get, post, put, delete. We were talking about HTTP, and this very lovely snow white haired, kind of like Anderson Cooper looking dude came in, and we started chatting with him. And I didn't know, people come into the kitchen, so you're talking to somebody. And
Right.
I'm basically arguing with this guy about how HTTP works. And then he walks away, and my buddy Phil says, do you know who that was? Nothing good ever happens when someone says, do you know who that was? Because whatever is about to happen, it's like, that's Nicki Minaj, or that was Beyonce, whatever. Like the next thing after do you know who that was is you should have known who that was. And he says, that's Heinrich. He invented HTTP. And I was like, no, he didn't invent HTTP. You're full of crap. I'm like, no. So then I go and I look up the HTTP spec, and there's Tim Berners-Lee at the top, and there's freaking Heinrich from work. I just thought it was Heinrich from work. And here's the thing, though. He was the nicest, sweetest guy. I'm sitting here arguing about HTTP. I'm basically mansplaining to the guy who invented the thing. And you know what he did? He was just like very Ted Lasso about it, because maybe I had it in, I didn't have anything clever to say. I had no insight. I had no value to add, but maybe I could have. So he was being, you know who this is, Sophie?
No,
You got to watch Ted Lasso. I've been sending you Ted Lasso memes. I've been texting you Ted Lasso for months. It's time for you to finally watch Ted Lasso.
I know.
But don't you agree that being curious rather than being judgmental is a good way to be in tech?
I think so. And honestly, no matter how experienced you are, and maybe this is why he met you with such open dialogue, right? No matter how experienced you are, you're always going to, especially in tech, you're always going to come across something that you don't know. You're always going to be stuck or come across a bug or a semicolon that you just didn't see. We all have those moments. And so it's so important not to set impossible expectations for ourselves and just really allow us to have empathy and really move through that and allow us to understand that it's okay. It happens to the best of us, and that's all right.
It does. I appreciate that. You have to have empathy for others. You have to have empathy for yourself. The term that I like to think about when you think about what does it mean to have empathy for yourself is grace. Just give yourself a little grace. We are all beating ourselves up, feeling that we're not moving fast enough in tech, that we're not learning enough, that we're not getting enough certifications, that we're not getting enough degrees or micro degrees or whatever. And all of those things are just setting up these systems for ourselves that are giving us unspoken "you suck" signals. I think one of the big ones for me is the pile of books on my desk. Actually, not the McDonald's bag, but the pile of books on my desk right here, which is like a monument to my own failure. These are like all the books that I'm trying to read this week. And like, I'm not going to read these books. So, oh, Sophie, what are you doing? Now, let me ask you this. Are you just rearranging those books, or are they
Absolutely.
being read?
Absolutely. No, absolutely. I'm rearranged. I'll like read a couple of pages in one, and then I'm like, I am so much smarter now. Let me read a couple pages in the next book. And then it's just like a vicious cycle that happens.
Yeah, because you take the book in the middle and you put it on top, because maybe that'll be the first one you read it, because the order of the books was the problem, right? This is a great
Absolutely.
visualization from Kathy Sierra, who just talks about that myth of keeping up, right? But the problem is we think that if we don't read those books, if we don't watch that Pluralsight course, then we're going to probably take down production, right? Because maybe if I had only read that book, I wouldn't have knocked production over.
You never know. It could have been in book 2,
It
and you
could have
didn't
been in
get to
book
it
2.
because it wasn't at the top.
That's right. Someone was really feeling bad about dropping production. They had messed up a table and basically screwed up a production database. So I put this tweet out a while back last year about tales of dropping production. And I think we've all been there. And it's so important for folks to know that those kind of mistakes happen. And it's not your fault for screwing up production.
I love that. And I know that we're talking so openly about not, having empathy with yourself and not setting up these guilt systems. But I have to be honest with you, if I drop something in production, I would feel so bad and I would question everything. But I think that sometimes what allows me to kind of move a little bit more confidently is to set up little things that allow me to be proactive in my workflows, so that when something inevitably does break or production inevitably does go down, hopefully not because of me, but when those things happen, I'm able to recover from them quickly, and you're not just kind of stuck in those places for too long.
Yeah, I don't think it can be overstated that if you are a junior or early in career person and you took down production at your new job, it is your job's fault because somehow their system broke down, their continuous integration system, their build system, their review system. Why would someone who just showed up be able to crash prod? And inevitably, when these things happen, and they always happen because everybody has this story, it's always a systems problem. So then what can we do as learners, as developers of all ages and all career levels, to set up success systems? Because if this pile of books is a failure system, it's just here to remind me that I suck, I can make this list smaller, right? I can just accept that I'm not going to read this top book and I can move on to the next one. We can do the same thing in software. We can set up systems that set ourselves up for success.
Absolutely. And I think that
no, please.
Moving forward in like a kind of like not a hazmat suit, but like, just kind of like bubble wrapped. This is my favorite image ever.
Your bubble wrap suit?
Because yes, I feel like it represents me so well. Just in general, I think that my entire software engineering mindset has just adapted to, okay, how can I test this locally without breaking something? Or how can I test this in production without affecting other people or blocking other people? How can I, right? So it's just like really trying to figure out everything I can do to allow myself to fail. I mean, like, because at the end of the day, do we really know what we're doing?
No, we're just trying to figure it out. Having a bubble wrap suit would be amazing. And the way I do that at work is I just have as many unit tests as possible. Like I just write unit tests until I don't feel bad anymore. Right, which basically means I'm writing unit tests all day long. But do we have any idea what we're doing? No. And this is a great TikTok audio. Like I can't read this slide without actually hearing the music, but it's like, time to cosplay as a person who has their together. We're just basically making it up, right? Like we go to work every day and we're like, all right, senior engineer at a big company, let's go, everybody. So here's a picture of two big losers, two imposters. What do you do with that? Because we know we're not imposters, but we still feel it all the time.
And it's so funny because it's like, here we are giving this talk on failure and success systems, and this is what you should do. And at the end of the day, we still struggle ourselves. And I think that the way to work through that feeling is to realize that everyone has these points of doubt, and empathizing with people through those points is what I think will in turn allow us to have grace with ourselves. Like setting up these systems, like we mentioned, will allow us to fail efficiently. Valuing juniority will allow us to keep up with the growth trajectory of tech and keep it inclusive. So ultimately, all these things that we've mentioned, I think, will allow us to kind of grow in a net positive way without getting too down on ourselves, even though, and to realize that even though here we are like giving this talk, we still experience those things all the time.
Yeah, absolutely. What would you say though if someone says, well, if Sophy is an imposter, then there's no hope for me? Like, isn't that just exactly imposter syndrome, like poking at you and trying to make you feel bad? That's why do we feel like that?
I think that when you are new to a space, it's okay to feel that way. And what happens in tech is that you're constantly new, right? Because the tech is constantly changing. So in a different industry, you may feel like an imposter for a little bit. And then after you master everything, then you're like, oh, like I'm just Mr. Seniority over here. But with tech, next year, like you mentioned, everything you learned with your degree is now currently gone. Right. So you're just constantly learning. You're constantly going through these moments of feeling like an imposter, but it's normal. Right.
Yeah.
And taking moments to look back and see, hey, like I've actually accomplished a good amount, right? Like I learned this and I did this and here I am now. And maybe that problem didn't take me, 3 hours this time. Maybe it took me 2.5 hours. You know what I mean? So like just celebrating the little wins, I think is really important.
I love that, celebrating the little wins, but also looking back and saying, yeah, I did that. Like, you must do that. You should set an appointment with yourself almost on
Yes.
Friday and just be like, yeah,
On
I did
Friday.
that. Right. Again, we talk about call back, giving yourself some grace also means celebrating your wins, because remember, it's not a flex if it's true. So if you had a great week and you kicked butt at work, or you learned a really cool thing at school, you should be like, yeah, and celebrate that.
And
Double meat at Chipotle for that accomplishment.
yes. And you know what? You just said something. You're like, it's not a flex. But if it is a flex, that's okay too. Sometimes I feel like we need to just lean into like being your best friend, or your best friend, like a cheerleader for yourself. Like it's okay to do that. There's nothing wrong with doing that,
Yeah. Yeah. One of the other things that I think is worth pointing out when you are giving yourself some grace and you're excited about, I did that, I prepared, and that thing succeeded, that preparation is part of the formula to create luck. And luck is a word that we hear a lot about in tech. We go, this person was lucky and I wasn't lucky. And that's because I don't think we decompose the formula for luck. Because a lot of people, like someone like me, might just say, it's all because I was prepared. Tech, I'm successful in tech because I prepared, while ignoring all the opportunities that I was given, which then looked lucky because I was in the right room or knew the right person. But if I was in the right room and knew the right person, but I wasn't prepared, then luck wouldn't have happened.
Mm-hmm.
So how many of these things can we control, and how many of these things are out of our control when you think about the luck equation?
Absolutely. I think my favorite part about this slide in particular is the preparedness part, because that's the one thing that you can control, right? So luck comes and goes. It just does, right? There's nothing we can do about it. You may be in the right room, you may not, but making sure that you're prepared so that when luck decides to work in your favor, I think that's where the magic happens.
I agree. I think though that while folks that are maybe watching and listening can be prepared, whether it be by learning, by taking classes, by doing courses, by going to school, by grinding, by doing those things, that's part of the equation, being prepared. You and I were prepared. You busted your butt at school. I was also at school. And then the opportunity, though, we can create for people by lending our privilege. And our privilege could be our position at the company, right? If I wanted to come work for your company, you can create luck for me with a referral. I go, yeah, Hanselman's pretty cool. Now, you're not going to get me the job, but I'll
Right.
bet you if I wanted to come work at your company, you could get me the phone call. And then at that point, an opportunity was created. How lucky was that? If I'm
I love that.
prepared, then the phone call will go well. And if it doesn't, then I was unlucky and I'll do it again. So we in our position as people in the tech community can retweet someone's thing or repost someone's TikTok, and then a lucky thing could happen because we made an opportunity there that they might not have had.
Absolutely. It's all about passing the torch, right? And allowing others to kind of, or basically putting down a ladder and not bringing it back up as you continue to climb, you know? I think that's so important.
I never understood that whole thing of like, I worked hard and I pulled myself by my own bootstraps. So you should suffer too, right? You don't get to have a garbage collector, Sophie. You have to learn assembler. I learned
No.
assembler and I suffered, right?
Please, no.
Those kind of things are just awful. I really feel like we all need to change the vibe in the tech community with a lot more positivity, a lot more grace. This shirt right here that people can see that says work hard at the top, they may be missing the bottom part,
And be
which
nice.
is and be nice, because the top part doesn't work without the bottom part. It truly doesn't. And that's why you can't look at something like luck and say it's this by itself. No, it's opportunity plus being prepared. And we can control in some way both of those things, don't you think?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Well, I thank you so much for doing this with me today. I think this was super fun. I always love hanging out with you.
Same. It was great. I think that we always vibe really well and we, kind of just shed some light on the fact of the reality of tech and what it looks like to make it to the other side. And not everyone has everything together. And that's all right. That's okay. You got to work through it.
It is all right. Well, we thank you for hanging out with us. We know that we're going to have a wonderful Tech Skills Day. There's a ton of great people that are all lined up here, but you can find Sophie and I basically anywhere that you get your social media, whether it be Twitter for me or TikTok for Sophie. I'm also on TikTok, was very likely a huge mistake, but I am there and we have a ton of fun together. Thank you so much.
Thanks, guys.
Hi. Anyway. Magic. Yeah, I know. Weird. Oh. All right. There's one. If I had to take one thing away from that talk, it was a quote there. And I've written it down, and it was, "Be curious, not judgmental." And I like that a lot. So thanks, Scott and Sophie, for sharing that bit, because that just it embodies a whole bunch of things for me.
Absolutely.
Love the chat. Please keep it going. There's so many good comments and questions. We have a whole bunch of people joining us from all over the world. So you might find someone new to talk to. Who knows? But yeah, join the chat. There's a lot of good stuff going on in there. What have we got?
So,
anything you want to take away from that talk?
I just really like the overall message of humility. We're both imposters, which is awesome. I mean, you and I are both imposters. Also, I'll
Definitely.
speak for you. It's one of those feelings that you have, and you think that you have it in isolation by yourself until folks like Scott and Sophie say it, and it's like, oh, okay,
exactly. But it's real and it's okay. Like we all have it, to be honest. Now, the reason I invited you on here, Jeremy, is that we have a little bit of a live demo. Of course, Tech Skills Day is we're hosted by Pluralsight, and there's a very cool feature on the Pluralsight platform that I'd like to share, and you can all join in, right?
Absolutely.
So be ready in the chat because it's a bit of a quiz. So I have shared my screen, and I have something here called Skill IQ, and the idea is like a skill test quiz type thing, but it's not like we're not going to send it to your mom or anything. Don't worry about that. It's more of a way of measuring where you are in a certain skill. So, your skill level, are you, expert, beginner, novice, advanced, whatever. There's no right or wrong. It's just to measure your level. And I thought we can do that live.
Yes.
Yeah.
Definitely.
All right. So, and there's a few more bits to it, but we'll get to that after we've got the test. So you can see the screen here. It's on Skill IQ is the top menu here. It's right at the front of the Pluralsight Skills platform. And we have searched for Python. So we're going to do a Python test here, but there's a whole bunch. Like if I delete my search here, you can see that there's a ton of it. Like the scroll bar just goes, but there's many, 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 many. But let's go back to the Python. Oh, there we go. Okay. And the reason I've chosen Python is that I'm not particularly good at Python. And Jeremy is a little bit
I'm a
little bit
Python
better.
imposter.
Yeah, exactly right. So I thought we could do that. And now, we're going to do the Python core language. It says measure now. Let me just mention, you can see there's a bunch that says beta, because we keep making these for new skills all the time. So you can take the beta test and you can help us calibrate, as it says. And then when there's enough people who have taken those, they'll go live as well. So that's why some of them say beta. So jump in.
Yeah, and
it's
a lot
free.
of them are also constantly updated. So even the ones that aren't beta, they're updated to keep things up to date. So when new language features come out, new products, they're fairly quickly added into those skill IQs. So
new versions of things, those are
Yeah.
those. So I want to click on measure now.
all
And
right.
we can get started.
All
So
right.
ready in the chat, because
Yes.
I've got Jeremy's computer here so we can see the chat, and I'm obviously sharing my screen so you can see what we're doing.
Yeah.
So here is the Python core language skill assessment. And there's a bit, this assessment may cover, and here's some bullet points of what it may cover. There may be many things, there may be a few things depending on the size of the topic area. It says find out in about 20 questions, because the whole idea is it's trying to figure out where your skill level is. So as you answer questions, you get harder or easier questions along the way.
Yeah.
Right. So each question is timed, but we'll get to that. So I'm going to click start assessment and we'll jump right in.
Yep.
And-
And shout out the messages or the answers in the chat.
Yeah.
If you'd like.
And we're just going to go with A, B, C, D. Right. So just write A, B, C, D. A, B, C, or D. Okay. So see, we have a timer. We have a minute left to answer this question. Says you need a with statement that uses two different context managers. How would you write the inline version of the following code? I don't know. So you're looking, you're trying to figure it out, right? Let's see what people think.
There's two of them. I
Yeah.
think. Oh, so I don't know this answer. Definitely.
You don't know?
I have a 90% certainty it's the second one.
Okay.
But
Let's see if
I
we
wouldn't
get any.
say
Can we
that.
get any here? Anyone?
yeah,
answering?
that's
Yeah. Because we don't actually know.
uh,
I think that it might. With exercise, was why?
yeah, I like the second one, but
Yeah. But all right. Well, I'm gonna click on that, and we'll see. I'm saying A.
oh, A.
All right, Nick's saying A.
Yeah, A is the one that looks
C?
good.
No one for B. All right, we got 10 seconds here. I'm gonna go with B. All right, and then we'll see if you guys in the chat are right. Because if I don't answer, I actually just miss out. Right. So 3 seconds to go. So all right, so you get the idea. Four answers usually. Now you get more or less time, so the time will be more or less. So we may have more time to talk about a question or less. But let's see what happens. Okay, next question. What method could you apply to convert the complex number, that number, into the integer 5? See, I immediately would go to round, but that's because I'm a C# developer. Like that's my language.
Yeah.
But I don't know if
the way I
that's
would go
is that the
also.
same in Python, you reckon?
I think so.
We'll
yeah.
see. Okay, I only got 40 seconds. Is anyone in
Oh.
the chat going? E, I don't know yet. Well, that's right. You can actually put E. That's a good point.
Yeah.
Thanks for bringing that up. Because if you don't know yet, you don't know yet.
Yeah.
Right. So if you genuinely don't know, just put I don't know, and that measures into the skill result as well. So you can absolutely do that.
That was actually what I was going to mention. When you use that I don't know yet, that changes the suggestions that come after this test. So after the test is over, it will suggest some things and very specific recommendations for things to learn. So
we'll see if we get to that. All right, I've got 10 seconds. We've got E, C, 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 A. All right, I'm gonna go.
Looks like there's
I had
more
to press the
C's.
button.
Oh.
I'm not listening to the chat at all. Just go. All right, I promise I'll do better. All right, so we got a minute for this one as well. Consider the following two variables: A hello, B world. What should the value of the new variable C be to get the following results? Okay.
Hey, hello world. What should the value of new variable C?
A equals C is true. Equal. So in a comparison. B equal C is false. Okay, so A should be the same as
It's A.
A is C.
Well, I would be false. So,
but hello is with the capital letter. Any help here, guys, please? So these are, if you know Python, these might be really simple, but I don't. So as you can see, my skill level is going to be appropriate to what I actually know.
yeah, actually,
I'm wondering if it should be A.
no, I'm thinking you're right. I think it's the casing because these ones would all evaluate to true, but you want B and C to be to
So
evaluate
you're
to
saying
false.
the last one,
I
yeah?
think the case
All right, yeah.
might do it. What it's
AD, okay, I'm gonna have to.
a lot of
Someone said
people are, a whole bunch of people are saying A. Let's go with them.
No, too late.
Oh.
I had to answer the question.
Okay.
This is
All right.
all right. We'll do the next one.
That's all right. It'll show us
Yeah, no, I know.
how great we're doing.
And it's going to be on my profile. So thank you very much. What output is given when running the following code? And this is a short one, so we only got 40 seconds. Import math, print type math.py.
Ah,
What output is given? Ooh,
yeah.
what
So,
class is pi?
yeah, so that's what this question is actually asking is what part of the math class pi is part of, which I don't really know because they're just doing a type
Yeah,
on it.
I'd float, probably. What's is complex a thing? What we got here? We're saying float D.
Yeah.
Ah, I might have got one right. All right, we're going to submit that. Keep going. Because we got 19 questions to go. So I don't know if we're going to get through all of them. We'll see how we go. You have a sequence with fixed 6 elements as follows. There's a sequence and there's 6 numbers. How can you add 78 as the 7th element to the list? So sequence dot insert on the position 6. I'm guessing that's what the A says. Append 78, insert 78 at this. It's definitely not the 7th because surely that's 0 based, right?
Yeah.
It's not one of those languages.
Oh yeah, no, it's 0 based for sure.
Sequence dot append 78. Well, I would like actually I would like this one.
Yeah.
This is more concise. What we got?
Yeah, you don't have to.
Okay, let's go with D. I'm gonna listen to you all now. Okay. And at the end, all right, we'll see if we can get through the end. We only got 7 minutes, but we can go a bit faster. What's the type of the following data structure? Okay, print type of that. Ooh, is that dictionary?
Looks like a tuple. But
is it?
But
It's got 4 elements.
Yeah, and there's several different types involved there. So dictionary.
Yeah,
looks like let's do it. Oh, it's another D.
D for dictionary.
D for dictionary.
All right.
In the chat.
Let's go with D. D for dictionary. Cool. All right. You ran a code with 2 variables, X and Y, consisting of a list of 2 variables. There they are. What's the value of variable Y after you run the above statements followed by an append operation? So X dot append 2. Oh, right. So what's the value of the variable Y? So is this a reference type in Python? I guess that would be the question.
Yes.
It is. So that if you change X, it'll change Y as well, because Y is a reference of X. Is that how I read that? Is that right in the chat?
X.
Am I getting that right? Someone's saying B, A, B, D, 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 D. I don't know. I would have. Well, why is it? But if it's a pen, why is it at the front? I would have thought it'd be that one. I thought it'd be A. Yeah, there's a few saying A. I'm gonna go with A.
Append will, put it on the end. It won't put it to the front.
Yeah, because it's definitely gonna add it because it's a reference type. Anyway, that's my logic. I'm sticking to it. Okay. How would you output the following? Let's get going. So these are escape characters, I guess. I don't think it's that one. I don't think it's B.
That one I think is C.
Yeah, double backslash for escaping it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You gotta escape this.
People saying C, yeah. I think you're right. I'll go with C. That's a similar thing in most languages, as far as I know. Escape characters. You're working on a Linux system. Oh, I'm already out now. And you must have had a shebang line to your code. What's a shebang line?
That's actually all of those have the shebang line. It's where it's the hashtag. It's a hashtag and an exclamation point and a front slash for bash scripts.
That's a shebang line?
Yeah. So if you call shebang, that's a lot.
That's what tech skills is about, learning new things. All right, sure. The path is user bin environment. What shebang line would you use to ensure the code is run in Python 3?
Python 3?
So they're being very specific about Python 3.
Yeah.
That's the latest, right? 3.7, something like that?
3.10.
3.10.
I believe it is 0.10.
Oh dear. All right. Well, I'm not sure which one that would be. What do you reckon?
So for this one,
which shebang line? What we got? A. Everybody's saying A.
Yeah.
Can't saying I don't know yet. I was tempted to go, but I don't know yet. Let's go with A.
Yeah. A looks the best.
All right. Team effort. We're gonna go with A. Good. All right. Next question. Which syntax creates an empty list? Ooh,
So this,
that's again Python syntax. I don't know. I'm not sure I can reason my way out of this one. Like an empty list. Ideally,
It's
it would just be the
A.
square brackets C, but you're saying A?
yeah.
Yeah,
But what did folks say in the chat?
yeah. I mean, it could be A
Okay.
as well. I don't think it's the brackets. Oh, and I don't think it's just the list. I think that would be weird. We're going A? Ooh, there's
Oh.
a C.
Yeah,
Okay, I'll go A.
you could.
I like it
Either
to
way.
be C. Let's be honest. I like, yeah. Specificity. Good.
That could be syntax sugar also. Maybe you don't need the typing list.
Maybe
And if
both
I'm doing
are right.
it wrong,
All right.
who knows?
Oh, we got 30 seconds with one. Short one. You have a number with 4 decimal digits. How many decimal digits will be available on the number after you apply the round function on it? Well, 0? What's the
Yeah, well,
default?
you can set the precision, but yeah, with 0
Is that the default?
would probably
We're
be
going
the
B?
default if you just do
Oh,
a
yeah, people saying C. Oh,
4.
really? Everything. All right.
Oh,
Unless
yeah.
they're trying to.
If that many people say it, it's
Yeah.
probably C. And
All right. Well,
I've never just passed around
no.
without
Well, all right. See,
telling
I
it to
have.
do something.
Oh, now we got in Python 2. So that
Oh.
must make the difference. You use the X range method along with a for loop to print 5 consecutive numbers. How can you achieve the same functionality in Python 3? I genuinely don't know. If I were to, okay,
What does the chat
people going
folks say?
B.
Oh, they're saying
Lot of
using an
Bs.
array method with pandas.
What? What are the pandas? I need
Yeah.
to learn more Python. People going B.
Yeah, there's a lot of B's there.
Well, I'm in for pandas. Sure.
Yeah.
Let's okay. All right, we got 9 to go. Ooh, okay, we're gonna do this really quickly. How many maximum return statements execute within a function that you define using the def keyword?
Maximum return statements?
Mm-hmm.
1 as far as I ever
All right,
know, but
one-
let's see what the
one
chat
is-
says.
E. Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know yet.
No. All right, 1. Okay. How would you convert a float variable called float underscore num to an int?
All right.
That's the fourth thing. Well, is it? Not async? Okay. Again, my C# brain. it's joining this in here. All right. Okay. All right. Ooh, this is a bigger one. You need help with the Python script for finding the length of each element in a list. The following code is displaying the results of the list element. Count to 4. How can you fix this code to generate the correct output?
Oh, we've already got a B here.
That was a big quick. You read that quick.
That
Right. Huh. All right. Okay. I think we have 5 questions left, so I'm gonna guess on this one. And I'm gonna guess what the person in the chat said.
You just say A.
You're gonna say A. All right, we're gonna say A.
Yeah,
Just
run
because we're so close to being at the end. So let's
yeah.
just quickly see if we can do that. All right.
Okay.
That's too long. Don't know. All right, next question. You must exit the following while loop when the value of n reaches 5. What conditions that would you brought in the loop?
So we have A as one of the answers here.
Is it? I guess we could. Oh, while. Okay. I thought we'd use a break. Yeah, I like break. Okay. And the next 2, I'm just going to go, I don't know yet. Because I probably don't. And again, it's going to go in my profile. So when you set up your account on the Pluralsight Skills platform, all of these are going to be staying with your profile, like when you do the tests. So then in a year's time, we'll remind you, go, hey, maybe you want to try and run it again.
Yeah.
Booleans are subtype what number type? I don't know.
I have no idea on that one.
Well, I've got an integer because it's 0, 1. But anyway,
Make
all
the
right.
same B.
Oh, see what happened there? It said a few questions to go.
It's going to give us a chance to redeem ourselves
Yeah,
here.
there we go. View my results. All right, so we're almost at the end here. So when I view my results, here you go. You get a graph. I'm a novice, obviously, right? So that's what you can do. You can jump on and do your own skill IQ, but now it is time for our first panel, and it's hosted by our boss, Aisha Blake.
Yes.
And
fearless leader.
Fearless leader.
Yeah.
And what are we talking about? Right now with the session was. What's your job, Jeremy?
Oh, is it?
Jeez. Career. All right. Career panel.
Career panel.
And go.
So, awesome, wonderful. Welcome to Overcoming Barriers in Tech. Very, very excited to be here, part of Tech Skills Day. My name is Aisha Blake. I am Director of Developer Relations for Pluralsight, and I am joined by three lovely panelists. Thank you so much for joining me. If y'all wouldn't mind kind of introducing yourselves, kind of approaching and talking about how you're approaching this conversation of identifying and overcoming some of those barriers, that would be fantastic to start us off. Corey?
Absolutely. Hi, everyone. My name's Corey Weathers. I have the privilege of being one of the two people who lead developer relations at Auth0 by Okta. When I heard the talk topic overcoming barriers for entry into tech, I kept thinking, one, about my own experience. I got into tech many years ago when there were very few Black and brown folks, and I had some people who helped me along the way. And so I'm glad that I'm in a position where I can help other people do the same. But then the other side to this is I'm really looking forward to just leaning into this conversation and learning from you all. I've had the chance to chat with you a little bit before, and so I'm really excited about this.
Hey y'all, my name is Paris Chandler. So I'm founder and CEO of Black Tech Pipeline, which is a job board newsletter and recruiting platform centering Black technologists. I really resonate with this conversation just because I'm a bootcamp grad myself, and I came into tech, and right before that I was a wax specialist. Like, I wax body hair full time, and I learned to code in 8 weeks, and then I broke into the industry. So yeah, I'm just excited to talk about like equitable routes to an education and your experiences obviously in this space.
Hi everyone, I'm Jessica Tai. I work at Airbnb as an engineering manager, and I also volunteer at a nonprofit called Students Rising Above as a curriculum developer and teacher there for getting students from underprivileged backgrounds more exposed into tech and just opening their eyes into an area that they might not have seen before. I'm really excited about talking with all of you because even though I have a computer science degree, it did not start off that way. Changed my majors many times, and I really stuck with it because I found a community of supportive people. And I think really find the people that can empower you and inspire you is what you need to get started in tech, because it is a daunting area to get into the first time.
Right.
Absolutely. And just kind of to bring it all back, I am resonating with like pieces of each of your stories. My career started in a coding boot camp, and honestly, even before that, as a volunteer, teaching people to code, teaching women to code specifically. And that experience has really colored my entire career. And it feels sort of like a full circle moment now to be working for a company like Pluralsight, where there is such a focus on upskilling and maintaining your skills, education, and ultimately equitable access to that education to give people the skills that they need to continue to improve their careers. So I think we've already sort of touched on some of the barriers that folks hit when they enter the industry, not seeing themselves in the people that are sort of presented to them, in terms of sort of the leaders, especially that they see in the industry. What are some barriers that maybe we don't talk about enough?
I think one, so thinking about like being a boot camper, a barrier that I experienced was trying to get a job, but getting through the interview process, even after telling them like, I'm a boot camper, this is what I learned within my boot camp. This is an accelerated program, so I'm not in school for 4 years, but they still tailored their interview process around someone who would have a computer science degree. It was so difficult overcoming that.
Yeah, absolutely. And we'll talk kind of throughout the conversation, both from the perspective of somebody who is joining the industry, but also from the perspective of a company that is trying to make their processes more equitable, and more open to folks of varying levels, and hopefully several other parts of their identity. So when we're talking about tailoring an interview process to a specific type of background. What are some pitfalls that you've seen people fall into? And this could be for anyone. What are some pitfalls you've seen people fall into, and what are some ways that you've seen people mitigate that tendency?
Yeah, one of the things that this question is hitting super timely, because I'm in the process right now of working with my leadership team to revamp the way we interview folks, and how we bring folks onto the team. And there are a number of biases that are just inherent in how we show up, right? There's obviously unconscious bias and what people can acknowledge around their unconscious bias. But then there's also like the historical bias of, well, every time we interview, we always do the interview a certain way. Or there's the subjective bias of, oh, I think this person is fantastic just because they happen to either speak the same language you do, because sometimes we do these interviews in different languages, or they tell stories in similar ways we do. Obviously, I do this for developer relations. And so some folks say, oh, it really resonated with me. Whereas other folks will say, I had no idea what they were talking about. And then that opinion gets dismissed. And so some of the things that we've been working on very intentionally to help avoid the pitfall of, well, we've got this unconscious bias or this conscious bias of hiring for the mold that we already have on the team, hiring for the way that our team already does this work. One of the ways that we're trying to combat that is by saying, okay, well, let's define what those skills are that we're trying to assess, whether they are the tangible skills of can this person code, or the what I call intangible skills of how do they convey a message. And let's use that in a very a less subjective, but a much more data-driven way to have an honest conversation. Not necessarily to drive the outcome, but to have an honest conversation about how this person's strengths and opportunities for growth show up in the interview process. That's a hard thing to do, which is why we're still revamping it, but it's necessary.
Yeah, something, I have a client, the way he interviews, so he doesn't look at like your educational background. It's more so, do you have these skills? Cool. What he does is he'll pay you for a week-long interview process to actually like work with him. Like, we'll build this project together, or you'll help me with, one of my client projects. And it's just so that they can see, how do you collaborate? How can we work together? How do you view things? How does it differentiate from how we do things? And how are you really contributing and making sure that we're both a good fit for one another? Yeah. I actually love that. And the fact that he's paying his interviewees, because it's taking time out of their day, right? So I think that's really cool. I do find like there's an issue there where if someone's interviewing with him while still having a full-time job, that's where it's like a little more difficult.
Yeah, I love that. At Airbnb, we're piloting things not as great as that, but trying to make it so it's not focused on, can you crank out this problem in 45 minutes on a whiteboard that maybe you've done in school already, but having things that are more pair programming, take home, do a pull request review, things a little bit more practical to the day-to-day, and then you can pick and choose which one resonates with you, your schedule, and elect to do that for your interview for evaluating coding.
Well, it takes so long to interview, right? Like, if you think about this, like from a candidate's perspective, an interview could span over a course of time, like weeks, whereas they're really only spending hours talking to the company themselves, right? But then from the company's perspective, they're doing this for so many different people. And so that amount of time it takes to interview folks is both incredibly too long, but also it feels a little bit too short. So I love changing the way in which we interview and assess whether someone is the right fit for an opportunity.
What's really interesting about that to me is that there's this element of giving this person who is in a vulnerable state already, before they even speak to you, some agency over the process, allowing them to say, this is what works for me, this is how I work, this is what I can bring to you, and then evaluating them fairly based on that, and sort of building that into the process from the get-go. That's, I think, one of the better ways I've seen people kind of tackle that issue of like, there are some formats that are going to be amazing for some people. And it's just, I have yet to see a single process that is going to work super, super well for everyone. If there were such a thing, we would all be using it. But being able to say, that doesn't work for me for whatever reason, and to have an equally trusted way to evaluate someone, even so, like that feels like at least the right direction to me.
Yeah, this is one of those things where I think about the 45-minute interview, right? Not because 45 minutes is the ideal time frame, more because the question I would ask is that the right amount of time for both you to interview someone for an opportunity and for them to interview you to see if the opportunity is the right fit for them? And a lot of times, folks are just not prepared to have that part of the conversation because they're so worked up thinking like, I got to get this job. I got to land all the right things. I got to say all the right things. The 45-minute interview almost needs to get out the window to meet exactly what you're talking about, Aisha.
Yeah, for sure. And actually, I want to talk about something you just said. So talking about allowing for a candidate to ask questions. This is something that I feel very strongly about. Like, one, you need to. I think it's important. Like, it's difficult to remember in that scenario where you are a person who maybe doesn't have a job, maybe doesn't like their job, like for whatever reason, you are looking for a major life change. You have to be able to assess for yourself, like, is this right for me? And it's difficult to do that if you don't have some pretty close connection to the company already. And so being able to use those conversations for that is huge for me. So I personally have a list. I have multiple lists of questions that I ask different people in an organization. I have questions that I'll ask my potential manager. I'll have questions that I'll ask my potential teammates. And I have questions for executives. Like, what are some of the questions that you ask when you're looking for, or do you recommend that people ask, say, if they're newer?
I ask everyone describe the culture at the company to see what it's like at different levels. And if they say, we have a good culture, period, no specifics, anything else, anyone can kind of say that, but I'm looking for a little bit more, and I like to ask the different levels of what they think of the culture. So I do have a separate set of questions that I ask the different specific roles, but I ask everyone about the culture, just like very open in a question. Right. And if the answer is very flat, where you're like, yeah, it's great, then it's kind of a red flag for me.
Right.
Yeah.
That's kind of what so with Black Tech Pipeline, so every company on our job board has a landing page, and they have to answer these questions. So it's, what are you building? What problems you're solving? What are your company values? What does diversity, equity, and inclusion mean to you, and how do you practice each of them separately? What does safety look like? How does leadership participate in the day-to-day? How are they supporting their employees? And then there's asking about the benefits and the pay, because everyone wants to know that. And what is that interview process? What does that look like? Those are things I would ask. I'm like, let me put that out there. The other thing that I think people don't talk about as much is the interview process itself. If you're going to be interviewing at a company, before you go into that interview, it's what should I prepare for? What should I be looking at? What should I be reviewing? What can I expect? Getting as many details as possible so that you're as prepared as possible. And there's nothing wrong with doing that either. I think some people feel scared to ask, but there's no reason to be.
Yeah, I like to lean into the things that feel ugly and uncomfortable. So if I'm talking to someone who is potentially, an individual contributor for an individual contributor sort of role, I'm asking the question, what's the last major headache that you had that was job related? And tell me a little bit about it, right? If I'm talking to someone who's a manager, I'm asking the question, what's the last major conflict that the team has had and how was it handled, right? These are the types of things where, when things are great, everybody's excited. Hey, company's phenomenal. I get paid well. Everyone wants to work together. We collaborate well. When things hit sort of the head, that's when you start to see where people's true personalities come out. And some folks, depending upon how honest they choose to be in the interview process, will sort of determine how comfortably I feel with going forward in the process. Because I continue to think that if I'm interviewing for a company, I also have the right to opt out of that process, and that's okay. And a lot of people don't feel that sense of agency or empowerment. So yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's harder when you're first starting out. There's the pressure of, I gotta get a job. I gotta make that money. I have to gain some stability for a lot of people. And so you run into Do I wait and wait and wait for the really right thing to come along, or do I take something that I know that I think I can live with? And some people are going to have to make that decision. From the perspective of a hiring manager, when we're talking about some of the questions that we ask, it's been helpful for me to try to dig into what are we trying to get from this question. Because I've been a part of a few processes like what you're describing, where we're totally revamping the way that we hire. And in a lot of cases, I've had to ask the question, like, what is the point of this? What are we getting at? Like, what are you hoping that this person says when you ask this question? And if the answer is you're trying to see how they react, like, that's not an appropriate question. Like, you're trying to see how they respond to blah, blah, blah stimulus. No. Like, that's not what this is about. We're not intentionally adding stress to an already incredibly stressful situation. If they speak during the conversation, then we know they can handle stress, like, honestly.
Right.
And so we get really clear about what is the purpose of this? What does it show us? How are we measuring that across multiple conversations? Because we're trying the best of our ability to it's never going to be completely objective, but we are trying to the best of our ability to make this a fair process, and evaluate people based on, to the best of our knowledge, our evaluation of how well they're going to work for the team. And I don't mean to say how well they will fit into the team. So I'd love to talk about that a little bit. Maybe, like, how do you go about identifying who is going to add to your team versus how well they're going to fit into your team?
Yeah, from a hiring perspective, and I'm living this right now because I'm trying to hire someone into my team. One of the things that I spend a lot of time on is assessing the ways in which folks differ from the individuals on my team today. Yeah. And a big part of the why there is, sort of to your point, Aisha, culture fit is not it. Culture add is always it. But a lot of folks don't acknowledge that. So the question that I'm always asking is, how proactively are we leaning into it versus are we just going to end up here with someone who is going to add to the culture, but in ways you don't want? And so there are very specific sort of cues that I look for to help me assess, like, what the candidate is not saying and some of the questions I can lean into there to understand a little bit of their personality. I don't always get this right. I'm not a psychologist. I'm not a sociologist.
I was going to ask for your list.
Right? And so there are some things that even in my own humane tendencies, right? Like, I get things wrong. And this is where I love doing this, not so much by committee, but in a scenario where I'm talking to my boss, who's my VP. I'm talking to the people team who understand this work day in and out. I'm talking to the folks on my team who this person will be working with, who will be their peers, to help balance out all of the perspectives. It's not easy. We don't always get it right, but I think we've got a successful team, so I'm going to say yes.
Yeah. So we've talked a lot about hiring, and I kind of want to edge into what happens when we get the job. Like, how do we continue to build in that role? How do we continue to build skills, confidence, so that, because that hiring is a huge barrier, but it's not the only one.
So hiring from the candidates or the hire's perspective? Yeah.
Yeah. How do we continue to grow in that role once we have it?
Yeah. I feel like I really like asking people what their goal is. And it can be like, what is your goal at this company? What is your goal within your career? Like, what do you, at the end of the day, what are you trying to do? And some people have an answer, and some people are just like, I'm just here. And for others, it's like, I want to maybe like become director, something like that. And it's like, okay, well, you're at point A, like, how do we create that pathway, and what is that going to look like? And that's where things like one-on-ones with your manager come in, and learning about, how do I get to this level? Like, what does it take to get to this level? What sort of things are you looking for? What sort of things do I need to gain? I feel like a lot, you can get so much information out of people by just having a conversation. Like, just talk to them. You know, you want to answer, just talk to people.
Yeah. For each of my direct reports, we talk about long-term career goals, but we have specific personal OKRs, is what we call them, for 6 months. And it's something that's short enough that it's going to be attainable this year, but it's on the pathway to their long-term goal. If they want to be a director, probably not a 6-month thing, but what are the things you can do to kind of get you those baby steps of the way to build up the confidence towards whatever they're working for? And then another way I found that's been helpful for getting newer hires the confidence that, yeah, you know what you're doing, is have them be a new hire buddy to someone else.
Yeah.
And then they'll realize, wow, I actually learned a lot. I can teach someone, I can unblock someone. And I think that's just like a great way to get synergy and continue to building up the strength of the team.
That is huge. Being able to participate in someone else's learning is enormous. Like, I say this all the time, and I feel like a broken record, but it's true. Like, being able to teach something, even if you are just like a single step ahead, being able to teach something helps you to solidify your own understanding. When you're forced to articulate it in a lot of different ways, in some cases, to try and communicate it, like that just drives it home so much more clearly, in my experience. And it's one reason that I think community is so important for it, just in general, really. Being able to find that group or groups where you can participate and contribute back. Even if you feel like you don't have the kind of skills or knowledge that it takes, like you do. You have more than someone else in that community, and there is something that you can provide to them, and it's going to help you to progress so much faster.
Yeah, this is where I love social media. And I have a very love-hate relationship with social media. But I am sort of old enough in the industry to remember the days before Twitter and seeing the difference now where people can say, hey, I'm one of the onlys and I need help. Or I had this experience and others chime in, me too. Legitimately, it's transformed the way that people do their careers. And I love that aspect of it. I won't talk about the parts I don't.
It's a whole nother panel.
Different discussion.
See a stream about that later.
Exactly.
But yeah, so kind of touching on that, like how would you recommend that people kind of search for that, whether it's a group, a community to belong to, a mentor, if that's what they're looking for? We can kind of talk about sponsorship as well, which is a different thing, and it's much harder to create for yourself. But yeah, what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, my rough take is there's sort of the intrinsic part, which is acknowledging that you feel comfortable enough to say out loud, I need this type of support, or comfortable enough to say out loud, I'm having this type of problem, right? Then sort of the extrinsic is because it is going to feel uncomfortable, sort of starting with the most comfortable discomfort that you're okay with. Whether that's I'm going to post on LinkedIn. For some people, it's I'm going to do this in church because that's where their sense of community is. For some folks, it's I'm literally just going to get on the phone with a girlfriend. But start in that first place and then just be open to outcome. That's the last part. Like there's so much of this that is you don't know what's going to come from that conversation. So as you put it out there, just be open to outcome and see where it takes you. That's my thinking. But the intrinsic part starts first because so many people get so stuck in the like, oh man, I don't know if this is just me, or I don't know if I feel comfortable saying this, or I don't know if this is just normal and I'm super new to this. That part is hard to overcome.
Yeah, definitely feeling comfortable, being uncomfortable, and being secure with being insecure, people being vulnerable. I think it's important to have people that represent security for different aspects. Like you have someone who's maybe a mentor or peer in a particular area that's close to your project. But I think it's also really valuable to have someone not related to your project or leadership or performance at all. So I think it's like pulling in from different parts of your aspect, but it does start with being open to the outcome and putting yourself out there.
Asking for what you need. And I know, like you said, it can be difficult, and it starts with yourself first. And sometimes it's just like really putting yourself out there. Like Nike just says, like, just do it. Like sometimes you really do just do it and see what happens, you know?
Yeah. I belong to a community called Nerd Fitness. We can talk, that's also a whole other stream. But one of the sort of mantras is that it's, I think, also taken from a movie, but it's 30 seconds of courage. You take 30 seconds and you can do whatever you can do in that 30 seconds. Like that's enough. That is enough for you to move to the next step. And then you take another 30 seconds and you muster up that courage and you put yourself out there, exactly like you said.
My good friend Will always says, you're only an imposter until you take the first step. And I love that.
Definitely. I love that. You're only an imposter until you take the first step. So I know we're running low on time, and I would love to ask each of you, what is a piece of advice that you would give someone entering the industry now?
I have 2 pieces. I can't do 2 pieces.
That's okay.
Okay, so number 1, I think it's important now, especially with like the economy and job market, you do not have to work at a tech company in order to be considered working in tech. Every company ever, it doesn't matter what they do, it could be a water company, a food company, they have like some sort of presence, an online presence, and you can work there as a technologist. That's totally fine. You don't have to go to the Googles and Apples of the world. Actually blanked on my second piece of advice. Someone else go, and then
that was a really good one piece of advice. We'll see if we get number 2.
Okay, yeah. Okay.
Let us know.
Yeah, I'd written this down. I thought about this question before, and I still think this is the right advice, which is, it's hard to make transitions. And I really fundamentally believe there are very few things in life that you can't sort of course correct, right? And so the thing that I think about is, as folks are transitioning, for some, it may be a really exciting experience. For others, it may be a really challenging one. I think that's life, right? Like, stay present in that moment. Stay present in the why these things are happening for you. Learn from that what you need to. Because I think the mantra for me that just resonates is like, life is not supposed to be all highs. Life is not supposed to be all lows. You're supposed to sort of go up and down and learn in the process so that you can recognize the highs and take what you need to from the lows so you can grow and continue to explore and enjoy life. So I would say, like, just choose to be present and take what you need from it, as opposed to, man, I didn't get that job. I'm not doing this no more. Something's wrong with them. Whoa, hold on, wait a minute. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think similar to that ever-evolving journey, my advice would be that tech is always changing and there's no one-way doors. And learning what you don't like, you might be in a situation you hate it. That is still really valuable knowledge for you to take your next step. So I feel like there's no like wrong choice that you can make. You might make a choice, not like it in the moment, but then you take that experience and you're able to pick something different next time. So like, yeah, staying present and knowing that tech is like so fluid and you have this skill set that's so transferable to all different types of industries really opens up doors to whatever you want it to be.
Yeah, absolutely. Do we have a final word?
I really can't remember. I'm so sad. I'm so sad. Oh.
That's okay. I will jump in then, and I will say that I'm going to come back around to my point about community. At least for me, and I know, it can be really difficult for some folks to put themselves out there in this way. I discovered when I met my partner what an extrovert that I am. I had no idea. But I found that it is so important for so many of the reasons that we've talked about throughout the conversation to find even that small group of people who can play those different roles for you as you are progressing through your career. the peer who is there with you, and maybe sometimes there's a rivalry. Maybe sometimes you're like feeding into each other's journeys, whatever kind of works for you. The mentor who is there to say, hey, this is what I have experienced. This is where I think you might want to go because I've seen you do X, Y, Z. And also a coach to say, like, this is how you get from this point to this point. And keeping in mind too that some of those could be paid. Like, there's nothing wrong with that. That is a service that people offer, and they are good at it. And that's potentially you investing in your career. If that's something that you need, that's okay. But finding the people who can help you, who can give you what you need to move forward is so, so important, whoever that may be.
Yeah.
I want to thank you all so much. I really, really appreciated you coming in and talking with me and talking with each other. I'm thrilled to have y'all here, and I'm really, really glad that we can have this conversation for Tech Skills Day. Thank you so much.
Thanks for having us.
Yeah, this is a privilege and a pleasure, so thank you.
Yeah, this is cool.
Welcome back. Wow, that was a pretty intense discussion. There was one thing here that I like to just point out a few bits of them. One of Corey's quotes was, and I'm just going to read it here because I wrote it down: "Be open to outcome. You don't know where a conversation may lead." And that is, I'm just thinking, this morning I was waiting in the lobby of where we are, and I was just talking to the night watch guy because I was waiting for someone to arrive. And I just got his whole story about how he was from Haiti, and you never know where a conversation may lead. Just be open to the outcome. It's fantastic when you hear other people's story and background, and leading into the career growth discussion as well. But don't forget, we have Steam Decks, right? So because you're part of Tech Skills Day, you're in the running for winning one of 5 Steam Decks. Pretty cool. It feels solid, I think is the best word I can say. But our next speaker, this is good. This is right up my alley. Is Laurie Barth. And why I'm saying this? Because Laurie is into Lego just like me. Yes, I am what's called an AFOL, adult fan of Lego, and I'm not ashamed to admit it. And Laurie's going to talk to us about building JavaScript and React soon, and somehow getting Lego in there. I'm looking forward to the talk. But Laurie is a Netflix engineer, senior software engineer at Netflix, and she just develops content in her spare time. Check out her website, by the way. And I believe we may have a code link as well to some of the stuff for it, but that will be in the chat as well. So this is going to be good. Again, Lego, Laurie. Yeah. Enjoy. See you after.
Hi, everyone. I'm Laurie Barth, and I am a senior software engineer at Netflix, and I am so happy to be here. Thank you to Pluralsight for inviting me to talk to you all for Tech Skills Day. I have been working in the front-end space for a number of years now, and I thought to get you all excited about web applications and what you can build, we could do a fun live coding demo where we make a wish list of what Lego sets we want, because as you can tell from my background, I'm a big fan of Lego. Just a few things to get started so you know what kind of tools we're using. We're using an API called Rebrickable for all of the data, all of the Lego sets that are available, the ability to make lists, all of the functionality that we're going to put into this application. And we are doing all of this in the browser using a website called Code Sandbox, which created the React application for us, and we don't have to deal with any setup on our local machine. So without further ado, let's dive in. We're in Code Sandbox, and we see that we have an app.js file, which is where we're going to build out most of our functionality. You'll also notice a few extra files. We have an index.js file, which comes along with our React boilerplate. We have a services.js file and a styles.css file. Those two files are something I added ahead of this demo so we can move a little bit quicker. The services.js file is all of our API interactions with the Rebrickable API that I mentioned, and styles.css is adding just a little bit of styling to make our site look cooler as we build out these pieces. Let's take a look at this app.js file and some of the things that we get from this React boilerplate. The first thing to notice is that we're exporting a function called app. This is actually the root component of our React application. Think of a component like a modular piece of functionality that you can create and sort of add anything into. Then you can reuse it around your site, sort of like Lego bricks and building a full set. Inside our component, we are returning a div, an HTML element. We're able to do this because of a notation called JSX that React supports. I recommend Googling it on the side as it's a little bit more than we'll dive into today. Also notice the keyword class name. This is what React uses for passing class styles. Inside our div, we are printing hello, as we can see. So let's make that a little bit more interesting. We're going to add an H1, and inside we'll put my Lego sets. And we'll start to see some of the styles I was talking about earlier. Now let's add our own component. I've gone ahead and made us a components folder. So let's add Lego list.js. Inside, we're going to import React from React. You don't need to do this in modern React 18, but I like doing it here because if you're using an older version of React or you just want to understand that you're not using magic, it's a nice thing to use. And inside, we're going to make a constant Lego list, which is a function. We're also going to export Lego list as default. Make note of this capital letter. This is important. Every React component needs to start with a capital letter by convention. So inside here, we're going to return a div, and for the moment, we will call it list. Nothing's happening with that right now, so inside our app component, we are going to import Lego list from /components/Lego list. And we use it just like this. And now we have a list. We're getting there. Instead of the word list, we want to render an actual list of Lego. So let's start by making use of something called useState. useState is a hook that React provides that allows us to keep track of the value of a variable. And the syntax to use it looks like this. We have a variable name. In this case, I'm going to call it my Lego sets. And a setter called set my Lego sets. We'll see how to use both of those in just a moment. We need to import useState from React so that we can make use of it. And we're also going to give it an initial value. We want a list of Lego, so we're going to make it an empty array. Inside of our div, we can use my Lego sets, and we're going to map through them. This is helpful because it gives us another function, and it allows us to write set.name, for example, and return it. Well, that's all well and good, but my Lego sets is currently an empty array. We need to give it an actual value. That's where another hook comes in handy. This hook is called useEffect. And useEffect works as follows. It takes a function and it will run every time the values inside this array change. As it turns out, we want an empty array because we want it to run the first time this page renders. So we're going to fetch wish list, which is one of those services that I talked about creating earlier. And that grabs a list from the Rebrickable API that I made ahead of time. As it turns out, we're still not doing anything because this is a useEffect. And the value of the fetch call that fetch wish list is running is a promise. So when the promise returns, we need to do something with it. We have a result, and we're going to use that result to populate our Lego set. Weird. Something's still not working. Well, as it turns out, that is what we need to do. That is the structure of our return data. Every API is different, and you'll want to dive into the structure of the objects that you're returning, depending on whatever data you have. So this is a set that we get, and inside that is a set with a name. That's pretty ugly. Seems like we can do more. This is a list of Lego, but each Lego has its own type of display properties and things that we would like to do to put it on screen. So let's make another component. We'll call this one Lego set. And we're going to do just as we did before. Import React from React and create a function called Lego set, which is a component, and export default Lego set. And now we're going to do something a little bit different. In Lego list, it's a function that doesn't need any other information from us. We're mapping through and looking at each Lego set that we have in our list. Well, if we're going to use a Lego set component to display all of this information, it can be reusable. It can work for every set, but it needs to know about the set. Components pass something called props. So we can pass ourselves a set and we can return exactly what we did before. You'll notice that I almost forgot to put these in curly braces. Every time you're using an actual value instead of the text you want to put on screen, you put them in curly braces. So let's replace this with Lego set. Thank you for the auto return code sandbox. So in here, we're going to return Lego set, and the set is going to be our set. And there we go. We're doing exactly what we were doing, but we're doing it inside a component. So let's go a step further. We have an entire set with a lot of different values. What can we do besides printing out the names of each of our sets? So the first thing to know is there's errors here that I'm not showing you, and they're there for a very good reason. Lego list is rendering a lot of components that to React all look the same. There's a Lego set and a Lego set and a Lego set and a Lego set. How does it know how to differentiate it? how does it know that the next time it renders, I want this set versus the other one, and I only changed the first one? It keeps track of the differences using a key. The key needs to be unique, and you don't want to use a random number. You want it to stay the same between renders. That means using a key that is unique to the data. In this case, the set has a set URL. And we'll use that. So now that we don't have that problem, inside our Lego set, we are going to create a nicer bit of functionality. So we have our key already, and we want to add some other information. So we have an image that we can render. We're going to add an alt tag. We'll make it the set URL, and a source, which is going to be the set image URL. We're also going to add the link to that URL. And that is where we are going to put our name. I've added a couple class names, one for Lego set and one for Lego list, which gives us some of these styles that I'd added previously. And now we have an image and a title and a link for all of our sets. Very cool. So what do we want to do next? This is a list of sets that I want, maybe some that I already have, but this feels like a read-only experience. We have state and use effect and all of this great reactive functionality that React is going to give us, so we can do more. Let's do it. We're going to start by making a search box. So we'll make a new component called searchbox.js, and we'll do what we've done before. Now that we have our search box component, we want to make a form with a nice little input text box and a button to search. This is a very common pattern. You'll see forms all over applications, and it's a nice thing to be able to do. Keep in mind that there are a lot of different ways to do this. If you have a form with more fields, I recommend using form data. The React docs are really, really good for this. But for now, it's only one field, so we're going to do it in the more HTML direct JavaScript way. So we're going to return a form, and I have a class name to make this look just a little bit nicer. Inside our form, we're going to put an input. We'll add a placeholder value for search. We're going to add an ARIA label to make sure that it's accessible. A name so that our functionality can find this. And we'll close it out. And then we're going to add a button. Type equals submit so that it knows when we press this button, we're submitting this form. And we'll close that as well. Actually, you know, live coding, always keeping us on our toes. There we go. So we have a form with an input and a button. We're going to need to do more here, but as you notice, this isn't on our screen, so let's fix that. We could add it to the top of our Lego list. So let's make a div. And we'll put search box inside of that. And now we have our search box. but it doesn't do anything. In fact, it just refreshes the whole page. So inside our search box, we want to do a few things. The first is when the form submits, we should trigger an event. There are different events that you get, just like you would in HTML elements that React supports. So the event we're looking at here is on click. That means when you click this button, run this function. We're going to call our function on submit. We'll put it up here. And we don't really know what we want it to do yet. So for the moment, it's there. What we theoretically want it to do is we want it to run search. So we have a function that will search that API for Lego sets. And then we will display the results. How is this gonna work? Okay. The first thing we need to break down is we need to assign the results to these Lego lists that we have. We have our search box here, and we're rendering our Lego sets here, and we pass each of the sets, and the Lego sets get assigned here. Interestingly enough, we're going to take away our default list for the moment, and instead of setting our Lego sets there, we're going to pass this setter to our search box. Inside our search box, we can use that state that's in the component a level above. So we're going to pass set my Lego sets in, and now we can set our Lego sets to results. But results of what? We need to keep track of the state of what we're typing in this box, the same way we kept track of the state in Lego list. So let's borrow this. Okay, so we have a search term and we set a search term, but we never set a search term. We have this event called onClick on our button, which is great. In our input, we can also use events. In this case, we want to use onChange. This is going to be a function. And every time the event changes, e.target.value, which is the actual keys that are being typed into that field, they're going to save off into search term. Now, when we search sets, we'll pass that search term, and we're going to do one more thing, which is this event. We're going to prevent default, which you'll see in non-React land, but it essentially means if we click this button, we don't need to re-render the whole page or even this component. We want to keep it around. So what should we search? Let's try light. Oh, looks like we did something wrong. Well, the problem here is that the Lego list we had before is going through the set inside the set. Remember how I said that was the shape of the data? The shape of the data that comes back from our search function isn't that. So we can remove our curly braces and try this again. And there we go. Look at all these sets. Oh, the motorized lighthouse. I want that one so much. Wouldn't it be nice if I could add it to my list? The list of Lego sets I want. As it turns out, I can. So let's add yet another component. We'll call it our wish list button. So using a component called wish list button, let's return a button. Add to wish list. We want to render this theoretically every single time we see a set. So let's go inside our Lego set component so that we don't have to make this a bunch of times. And let's add wish list button. Nice. This is working out well already, but it doesn't exactly match our styles. So let's see if we can fix that. Ta-da! So when we click on the add to wish list button, nothing happens. What we want to do is add an event like we did before for on click. Let's first make a function called add to wish list that we can use every time we want to click. And on click, we will add to wish list. But right now, add to wish list doesn't do anything. What we want to do is add set to wish list, which is one of our API calls. Unfortunately, this still doesn't do anything because add set to wish list is a function that takes a set number. And right now, we don't have one. We don't know which set we want to add to a wish list because we're rendering this every time we show a set. The same way we wanted to show a key so that React knew each time we were rendering a different set, we want to be able to tell the wish list button which button this set is for. So let's go fix that. We can go into our Lego set and let's pass a set number, which is going to be set.setNum. And inside our wish list button, we will take the set number and we will pass it. So now we click on the button and nothing's happening. Well, we're not really doing anything once we've added something to a wish list. In fact, it would be a lot nicer if we could tell what was already on our list to begin with every time we search for a set. So let's do that. Back in our Lego list, we still have this useEffect call that grabbed our wish list. But instead of setting it to my Lego sets, because we're already doing that with our search, let's make a new state called wish list sets, and we can set our wish list sets. We'll make that an empty array, and we'll update this. Do you remember early on when I said that every time you run a useEffect, it runs based on whether or not the values in the array that it's passed change? We're about to make use of that. As it turns out, when we originally render this page, we don't have any wish list sets. That happens once this fetch call returns. So we want to listen to these values. And when they change, we want to pass all of the numbers of these sets so that we can check if we already have them on our wish list. So that means we need yet another state. We're going to call it wish list set nums, and we'll make a setter for that. That'll also be an array. And every time wish list sets changes, we'll go through wish list sets and we'll quickly gather all of the sets and just map them to their set numbers because we don't need all the other information. Now we can pass this set, which we want to set, and I almost forgot to do that. Yay, live coding. Now we can pass this set of numbers to our Lego sets, and we'll see why that's helpful in a moment. So inside our Lego set component, we have another prop coming in called wishlist set nums. And inside the set, we want to use another use effect. So every time this renders, each set that creates this component is going to run a use effect, and this function will run. We want it to run every time the wishlist set num changes. And we want it to run a quick comparison to determine whether the current set we're looking at is already in this set of numbers. Basically, is the list that we're looking at already on our wish list? And if it is, that would be good to know. So let's make a variable that can keep track of that for us. Is on wish list. Set is on wish list. We're going to start this as false because we should always render the button assuming that it's there. And then we'll set is on wish list based on whether or not this value exists. Now we can add this nice conditional. Inside React, you have the ability to listen to a positive or negative value and decide whether or not you want to show the component on the screen. So if it's not on the wish list, show the button. If it is on the wish list, don't. This is a really nice yellow squiggly line. This warns us that we broke the rules of use effect. So we need to add set as well. React will make sure that you're not missing any of the dependencies of what you use inside a use effect so that you're not triggering events with stale data or not triggering events with new data. So let's search for light again. Oh, look, all of these buttons that we'd clicked, they were already in our list, but these ones weren't. We can search for other things that I have, like Disney Castle. There's a lot of those. This one's already on my list. Maybe that one should be too. You can start seeing how we've really created the Lego bricks of this application and that we could keep moving and adding new functionality for quite a while. I hope this has given you some really cool ideas about what you can do with building web applications and that you've learned a little bit about JavaScript and React. We went over components, we talked about events, we've talked about hooks, we've looked at how semantic HTML can be used inside of React components, and we've made sure to keep our site accessible along the way. These are all really great best practices and some tools and patterns that you can use to start playing around with things on your own. I wish you the best of luck, and I hope that you've gotten some new tech skills today. Thanks so much.
Welcome back. Yeah, I think Laura's my new best friend. That was pretty amazing. I love live coding, and it also scares me if I ever have to do it myself. So well done, Laurie. Yeah, I am with you, Laurie. I also want the motorized lighthouse. And one interesting Lego fact, well, I think it's interesting, is that the actual light in the lighthouse is made, there's a motor in it, and it has a Fresnel lens, which is the actual lens used in 1822 when they made the first lighthouses that worked with that lens. So it's a true replica, but in Lego. Fantastic. All right. Now, don't forget to check out the source code for Laura's talk, which is in the chat. There's a link to it. So you can go and try it out yourself. If you are into React or you want to learn more about React, that's a good way to go and just hack it and see what happens when you change things, right? That's why we're here. Tech Skills Day. We're learning new skills, and React could be one of them. Now, next up, we have our second panel. And this is Jeremy, that was here before, is hosting the next panel, which is on, it's a discussion on whether you should be a generalist or a specialist, which is always going to bring out some interesting opinions from people. And he has got three amazing people in the room with him. We have Angela Andrews from Red Hat, we have Adrian Lowe from Dutchy, and we have Faye Ellers from our own Pluralsight joining him for this discussion. So I'll see you after, and I'm keen to hear your thoughts in the comments as well on what they are discussing. Generalist or specialist?
Hello, everybody, and welcome to our panel. Today we're going to be talking about being a specialist versus a generalist, and I've got a few experts here with me. We're going to talk about it, and we're going to kind of explore some of the ways that you can take your career in different directions, whether you want to hyper-specialize on something in particular or you want to spread it out over many things, and we're going to discuss that. And I have Adrian Friend here with me, I have Angela Andrews, and Faye Ellis. So how are you all doing today?
Doing great.
Amazing.
Yeah,
Awesome.
Enjoying the New Orleans hospitality.
Yes,
Man.
this is very nice. And the music,
Nothing like it.
it's amazing. So I would like you to introduce yourselves, if you would, and talk about, a little bit about your background, what your current role is. And I'll start with you, Adrian, and just kind of tell us a little bit about yourself and what you do.
Sounds good. Hey, everyone.
Hello.
I'm Adrian. I'm a leadership consultant. I have been a senior manager or director in tech for many years, and recently decided to strike out on my own and offer individual trainings and consultancy. I really care about helping organizations build high-performing teams founded in trust and safety, all about getting those results, but we can do it in a way that takes care of people and puts people first, because I believe when we put our people first, we can do the very best for our customers. So super excited to be here this morning.
Awesome.
Well, I'm Angela Andrews, and I am a solution architect at Red Hat. So my background, I was a systems administrator for many years in the higher education space. So basically, I started as a generalist, and it's not a really open culture as a sysadmin. It's very underrepresented, represented, and I thought I wanted to become a developer because the community was so amazing. It was so open. It was warm. It was welcoming, and I dropped into the full stack developer boot camp. Thought that I was going to become a developer, and then I paused on that and was like, but I'm really good at my job as a sysadmin. And then, 2 years later, I became a solution architect. So I took the long way around to becoming a solution architect. But I'm really happy to be here. And I think my background kind of gives me an interesting perspective about the topic we're talking about today. So, yeah.
Awesome.
Fantastic. Hello, I'm Faye. So I'm Faye Ellis. I've been working with Pluralsight for about 5 years. And I am a training architect, so that means that I research and develop and create courses, and I'm currently specializing in AWS courses.
Nice.
Although I say specializing, it's such a wide topic. How many different services are there? I mean, hundreds of different services. So it's kind of a generalist and a specialist in one role, I feel. But my background is that I also started out as a sysadmin, and I was doing that for many years. And I worked in DevOps teams, and then I eventually became a solutions architect, so designing IT systems, mainly in the financial services industry. And of course, that, in a way, is also being a bit of a specialist, because even though an architect is a generalist, financial services is very closed, kind of very, I don't know, they're not necessarily open to all the latest technologies, and they don't want to be on the bleeding edge. So they're all using a subset of very well-trusted operating systems and platforms. So that is my background.
Wow. Nice. So if form follows function, I should become a training architect. Is that what we're hearing here? Okay, all right.
Yeah, absolutely. We can have a conversation about that.
Definitely, that would be awesome. So my next question is, what does it mean to you to be a specialist or a generalist? Some folks say that there is no such thing as a specialist in tech. It doesn't really exist. So whoever wants to start first, answer, what does it mean to you?
Wow, I'm going to start with this one because there are people who specialize and we know them. And those are the folks that we call when we can't figure things out. So there are people who spend their time digging deep into a particular topic. They are subject matter experts.
Yes.
That's what they do. It's usually in their title, right? I work very closely with a specialist solution architect. He knows his stuff very deeply in his specialty. Me, I'm a generalist. I need to know a lot about a lot of different things. Networking, software, operating systems, all the you have to know, instead of going, 10 feet deep on something, I'm maybe 20 feet wide and I'm only going a foot deep because I need to be able to speak to all the things.
Yeah.
As a generalist, I think that's what it is. You have to know a lot about a lot of different things, and you really can't dive into something really deeply as a specialist would.
I think you still got to have that ability to have those conversations and go to that person and ask the right questions to get the right information, and also to be able to use that information to then make the next decision or do the next piece of work that you need to do. So I still think that you are dipping your toes into both. That's how I feel.
Okay.
Well, and kind of to continue on that, as somebody who has managed a lot of specialists and architects and principals and people who have been able to get to a point in their career where they are able to really focus in on a specific area, when I think of the question, what does it mean to be a specialist? I think a lot of the times it means you can get really narrow in your work, and you really need a supportive team and supportive management around you to make sure you're not getting so deep that you are missing opportunities. So I know one of the things I've done with my specialists is make sure they're still making time for continuing education, that they're still prioritizing cross-team collaboration and seeing what other teams are up to, so they don't get so close in on that they miss, the forest for their particular trees.
Yeah, absolutely. And also things change so quickly in tech that what is the most popular thing in the world today? Next week something else can come out. Think about all the people who specialized in VMware. 15 years ago had to reskill.
People aren't using VMware anymore.
Angela's like, that one hurts.
But to your point, you're right. You have to be nimble. So us generalists, we have to understand that technology's changing. So you have to learn quickly. So as soon as VM became, it's still there, but when cloud became more and more prevalent, we had to adapt. That gives us the opportunity. If I were just focused on VMware, I don't know if I want to come out of my little fiefdom. You know what I mean?
No, exactly.
It's comfortable.
You're comfortable. You've got all of the skills. And maybe imagine if you've been doing that for a number of years. To have this idea that you've suddenly got to change, and I've got to learn this thing called the cloud, and it's a problem that many engineering teams had to overcome over the last few years, and the ones that did, very successful. But if you can't adapt and you can't be flexible, then you're not going to get the best roles. You're not going to get the best opportunities. And
exactly.
And I introduced myself as a leadership consultant, and that's what I'm here to do. I'm here to teach managers how to have those conversations with their teams, how to support engineers at every level, and how to make that transition in a way that is healthy for the team, that allows people to grow but keeps them delivering for their customers. So as somebody who absolutely identifies as a specialist, being able to, as a generalist rather, being able to speak to specialists in a way that they understand and feel supported, I think is so important.
Yeah, and not scaring people off, right?
Yes,
absolutely.
That is very scary. When technology changes so quickly and you've invested so much time in your career in it, I can imagine the stress that will come with it. How do I want to keep my job, right? What do I do next? And what if that thing that you need to learn kind of runs counter to what you're used to?
Yeah.
So there's that friction there that you really have to work to overcome. And with a strong manager that kind of gives you that grace to learn and adapt, and you want to keep your foot in this world because maybe this is a technology that we're still using and this is a part of us, but you need to be forward thinking. So I think having a strong manager that gives you that flexibility and that grace to do those things is important. So we can all thrive, specialists and generalists.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So how do you choose what to focus on? And this is kind of a question for everybody, especially if you're a generalist. It's even harder because it's like, well, I'm focusing on networking. Sure.
Today.
But how do you kind of choose? Is it something within your organization that comes up, or something personal curiosity?
I have a rather short answer. I'm very customer obsessed, customer driven. So I want to know where the pain is, and I want to help work with the team to create structures and processes that are going to help us deliver results. So, interviewing the folks on the team, learning, their take on the problems, and then kind of working with them from there to make a plan. So I guess I like to go where the problems are.
Wow. So for me, it's like squirrel. Okay, there's this really great new thing, and it catches your attention, and I have been bitten by that squirrel. But what it does for me is it keeps me curious. So how do you adapt, or how quickly you adapt? That's always the question. I tend to listen to my customer, like what are they working on? This new technology. Okay, maybe I need to dig into this a little bit. And then, they're having a problem here. I want to be able to speak to it. Maybe I should learn a little bit here. So again, as a generalist, I really have to listen to where my customer's going and kind of follow. And it does feel like it's constantly pivoting, because when I say customer, it's not the same person.
Sure.
It's multiple people, and it's multiple issues, and it's multiple, but you need to be able to speak to these people if you're going to support them effectively. So I'm not going to say it's easy, but it is fun, because I'm curious, and I want to know what your problem is. I want to know how to speak to you about this problem. I'll never be as smart about it or in depth about it as you, because that's what you do. Yes. But I do want to bring a little bit something to the table, and I think my generalist nature, I can kind of tie those things together or liken it back to something else. And so that's what that's where I'm always moving in these different directions, because I'm just trying to keep up with my customers. Right. So that's how I do it.
Awesome.
Do you think that that being comfortable with that kind of role comes after, I don't know, like a certain maturity in your career?
Yes.
Because I did the kind of role you're doing right now, I did that straight out of university. And I was working for Sun Microsystems, and it doesn't really exist anymore, unfortunately. But at Sun, they had loads of software, they had hardware, they had servers, storage, all sorts of different products. And I would go to a customer meeting, and I could get asked about any one of those products. And I used to really hate to have to say, I'm really sorry, I don't know the answer to that. Yeah. But this was me at 24 years old, and straight into a role like that, trying to be a generalist when you're straight out of college, really, is a really difficult thing. And I think it's only really when you've had that experience, like you've had these layers of experience where you've worked as a sysadmin, and you've worked in the DevOps team. You've got all of those years of supporting systems and understanding how operating systems and applications integrate, and the implication of decisions that are getting made. So that kind of gives you that great background to be able to operate the way that you do today.
Yes, I agree. It would be hard. It would be harder if you had to be that generalist but didn't have the general foundation, and to speak to it. And I'm sure there are a lot of newer folks entering tech where they're in these generalist roles and they really don't have the background to kind of speak to these things. You want to surround yourself with a really strong team, and you want to be okay with saying, I don't know, but I'll get back to you.
Yeah.
Like you need to be comfortable with yourself not knowing, and being confident in the fact that, you know what, but I accept your challenge. I'm going to find out this answer for you. So I can see how it can be hard trying to be that person, but when you don't have that background, but it comes, as the weeks and months and years come, you can't unsee. So you have that in your marrow now, and you can take it with you and be successful. So it's hard. Was hard.
Yeah, I definitely experienced that in my career also. Yeah. In the beginning, where I would feel like I'm supposed to know the answer to this,
right?
And I would just have to tell people like, I don't know, but I'm going to find out.
Yeah, I know who to talk to, or I know how to find out, and just being okay with that is like quite a good thing to get through.
This is not just super important for ICs, for individual contributors. This is so important for managers and directors. One of the challenges I've seen in tech is that the management layer thinks that they need to know everything and they need to have all of the answers, and they're just not close enough to the folks on the ground. They're not talking to their teams. They're not talking to their managers. So I just want to use this opportunity to say, yes, ICs, but also yes, managers. Okay. Do the same.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
So Faith brought up university, and that kind of leads to another question. That, there's two paths to get into tech, of course, and there's the folks that are like, oh, college and certifications, I just whipped right past that and did my own thing. And then there's folks that have gone through the university system. And so my question is, do you think certifications and formal education, how important do you think it is in the tech industry? And I will start with you again, Adrian.
I think that they're important. I think that one of the things that certifications and formal education can do is get your foot in the door. It gives you instant credibility in a lot of cases. People see that certification, they see that degree, and they say, this is somebody who is committed to something for some time. Now, that being said, I have an undergraduate degree in history and philosophy, and I have a master's degree in interreligious dialogue. And before I started in tech, I was a personal chef, serving private clients throughout Atlanta, Georgia. So I don't have a bachelor's or master's degree in computer science or tech adjacent. I didn't go to a STEM school. I went to a performing arts magnet high school. Wow.
What a journey.
So, I know. I think it's not required. It can help. But I think what is very important, if you want to break into tech or if you're in tech and you want to continue to be successful, is a growth mindset and a curiosity. An internal locus of control helps. And just an ability to put yourself out there, be willing to keep learning, keep trying, stumble and fall, get yourself up again, and rely on your fabulous community.
There you go. So I really do agree with you. Education's everywhere. It is not just in the 4 years that you spend in college. I would not take that 4 years away for anything because I think it helped round me out. I have a liberal arts education. I went to a liberal arts school. So learning people and history and science and ethics and, those are the things that kind of built me as an adult. But I have a business communications degree. Like, that's not technology. But the education came through other resources, YouTube University, online courses and things like that. So formal education is great, but as we all know, she was philosophy. Like, what are we doing here? You don't need this formal education to be successful in technology. I think our barrier is much lower because it means you can kind of chart your path. Choose your own adventure. Mm-hmm. You can find out what works for you, the way you learn how that works, find those things that speak to you, and you can go after them. Now, let's talk about certifications. Mm-hmm. Certifications are great for foundational knowledge, right? They give you the lay of the land. Let's talk about the AWS Solution Architect, right? That exam, because I've taken it, I can speak to it. It's one of those exams you get to learn what's going on, like all the services, not all of them, but you get to see how the breadth and depth of the product is. That's a great foundation. And you can then find your lane, find your path. Yes. Like, oh, I like this. I don't necessarily like this, but I'm more networking based or I'm more AI based. I want to move in this direction. So I think certifications are great. Like you said, they help get you in the door. They help introduce you to things. They give you that really strong foundation, but you need to build that up with projects and activities that kind of give you that legwork and build those muscles that you can get your foot in the door. So I think being able to go out there and find your path and then using certifications to kind of lay down that foundation, I think that's great.
Love it.
We don't have to spend $50,000, $100,000 to do it.
No,
we do not. We do not.
No, I totally agree. And I think also having certifications, it just gives you that confidence to be able to say, I know AWS, or I'm the security specialist, or I'm the networking specialist, or I know machine learning. And also all those hours you spend using those tools, trying to get a project or a demo to work, and troubleshooting and like really getting your hands dirty. When you turn up at an interview and you're getting a technical grilling, you've spent all that time studying that material. So there's not going to be a question that you can't answer about AWS architecture. If you have done the solution architect, you've done the professional, you've done the work, the answers will come out to you. You don't have to be worried, or you don't have to have like pre-interview nerves. Like when I was in my very first role at Sun, I was doing certification way back then. So I got certifications in the Solaris Unix operating system. And I remember going for my first solution architect role, giving me a technical grilling. I knew it all. I just sat there and gave them the answers. And as I walked out of that interview, I knew I'd got the job.
Wow, fabulous.
You get that feeling. You get that feeling. But I have got one thing to say about university education and having a liberal arts education, being educated in literature and history. I also have an English degree. I did English and history at university, and then I went back and I couldn't get a job, by the way, after doing that. So I was working in retail, and it was pretty obvious to me after a couple of years of working in retail that I was not going to make my fortune doing that, and I was never going to be able to afford to buy a house or like do any of the things I wanted to in my life. And so I decided to go back, and I did a master's degree in computer science. This was a really long time ago. I don't even want to say it. Well, I will say. Okay. This was in 1999. So I'm super old. I've been working in tech for 20 years. And back then, when I did that master's degree, it was a 1-year degree where you got 9 months of coding tuition, and then after that you had to do your own personal project and a kind of a dissertation.
Right.
So it was effectively a really, really expensive boot camp, taking me as an English graduate and turning me into a computer science graduate.
Sure.
I do still use some of those skills that I learnt at that time, but at that time period, of course, I mean, the teaching was wonderful. It was a wonderful education and everything. But you can't help think that in academia, some of what they're teaching is a little bit out of date.
Yes, a bit of a
because
time
they're academics. But I would say that in relation to my English degree, that helps me every single day. So that helps me with communication, with creating content, with being analytical, with being able to read really, really fast and understand what I'm reading and turn that into a design for a Lambda project. So yeah, all of that helps me every single day. So I would not say I would do things differently, or that I shouldn't have done that English degree, and should I have done a computer science degree of 4 years, or should I have just not done it? I mean, there was no boot camps available back in the 90s. Right. So for me, I made the right decision, and I'm happy with my English degree. And you can ask me about Hamlet and Macbeth and Virginia Woolf, and I'll tell you all about that.
Okay. She'd be good on Jeopardy.
Yeah.
You both would.
Absolutely. So in your respective careers, what trade-offs have you made by choosing to be a generalist? And it sounds like you all kind of identify as a generalist for the most part. What trade-offs do you think you've made by becoming a generalist versus a specialist, looking back over the years?
Well, I think this is a really lovely question to follow the last one, because as you were speaking, I was thinking about, why do I ask the managers who report to me or the managers I coach to ensure that the ICs on their time are prioritizing continuing education? Because I want people to have it all. I don't want them to be harmed by trade-offs if possible. I do believe we can structure our sprints, if you're working in sprints, to build in time for doing AWS certification. And so that's something that I ask the managers to look at capacity, look at, what we're expected to build, look at our priorities, and see, can we take 4 hours out of a given sprint, for this individual contributor to work on their certification. So the trade-off is you can lose opportunities if you focus so carefully in one area. And so it's really important to be mindful of that and just keep yourself open to whatever may come your way and stay curious.
Oh, she said it, the last word. Two words, stay curious. So the trade-off, I would say, and I'm going to speak for myself personally, I've always been a generalist, and I've envied specialists because they have this deep understanding and deep knowledge of things. And you know, sometimes you want that. You know, you want to be that go-to. You don't want to say, I'll get back to you. You know, you want to be able to know what's going on and be able to speak to and, you know, give solutions. And I envy that. But I'm also, you know, comfortable in the fact that being a generalist gives me that broad understanding. And it is a trade-off. You have to be comfortable with not being the expert. You have to be comfortable with not being the go-to. You know, you're almost a go-through. Like, you're helping people you might have to facilitate and bring information in. So, you know, it doesn't stop with you. You really have to be able to reach out to other people that have chosen that path. And it is a trade-off, and I'm trying to come to terms with it, but sometimes I do envy those who get to kind of like focus on that thing and be great at it. And you know, so I get both sides and why you'd choose both.
For me, I do agree. I think that there's an opportunity cost to every decision that we make. Spending time, you know, going swimming instead of playing the piano, whatever. Consequently, I'm a really good swimmer and not a great pianist. But I think that a lot of the time, if you can, and I do feel, well, I hope that this isn't an elitist thing to say, but I think if you can follow your heart with what you decide to generalize around, then I think you're going to succeed whatever you do. Like, if you're doing things that you enjoy, you're going to be passionate about it, you're going to be thinking about it and creative around it. And I think that almost negates the opportunity cost that you have foregone, you know, from going in a different direction. So, yeah, for me, I really want to be in work that I enjoy doing on a daily basis. And I think if I can find those sets of things and areas in technology that really like get me excited, or even if they get other people excited, then that's going to be something that I think, okay, that's important. I want to learn that. I want to understand that. You know, maybe not deep dive, maybe deep dive, depending on, you know, the opportunity at hand. But I think also, as we get further down our career, we can find opportunities to shape it in the way that we want it to be. So if we want to focus more in a certain area and ignore something else, or if we do feel we want to take a deep dive into something, then I think we can ask for that, and we can. That's how I feel anyway. I'm very in a very privileged position, I think, in the role that I'm in. But certainly, I mean, before this role, I was working in investment banking. So maybe there's not so much of a spectrum for being able to ask for what you want to do. But even within those kind of roles, I was able to go to project managers and go to people who are allocating work and say, I'm really interested in this. I would love to be on this project. Please, can I be the architect on this project? Please, can I take part in this project? It happens so infrequently. Like, I think that people don't realise that they can do this. And every single time I did it, it was a yes. No one ever said no, because they thought, she's keen.
Yep.
She's going to work hard on this project. She actually wants to do it.
Exactly.
So they wanted me. So they would go to my manager and say, please, can we have Faye on this project? So
I love that.
Yeah.
Awesome. So for my last question is just basically some final thoughts. Or what would you tell yourself at year one?
Yes, I'm going to have to raise my hand on this one. I'm definitely going to have to raise my hand. So, you know, think about when you first get into technology and you have that first job. And I'm bringing myself back here to many years ago. And my manager said to me, Angela, I know Windows is all the rage, but I need you to understand Linux. And everything you do in the GUI, I want you to know how to do it on the command line. Make sure you have that duality and you're comfortable in both. And I was just so focused on, the job. I wanted to do well. I wanted to do it quickly. It was my first kind of real job. And I was like, well, this is me learning this, but I really have to keep producing. So I kind of took the easy way out, and fast forward a couple of years, I got this role and I needed more Linux experience. And if I would have listened to this gentleman and really put in that time, I don't know where my career would have been. I really do feel like I may have missed some things because I didn't heed that. Because look at where we are now. I had to play catch up and become this Linux administrator and understand this operating system that runs everything. That is the cloud. And I give him so much props for being that forward thinking. And this was back in the 90s, okay? For him being that forward thinking, and then to come around and say, that was the best advice I'd been ever given. I didn't take it, but I'm so keen on understanding that, wow, I would go back and make sure that foundation was strong and it was solid. So what would I tell myself? The old Angela, know the basics, get really deep in Linux, understand your networking, and that is the underpinnings of all things technology. You can build upon that. So I would definitely have to, go back and listen to what Jeff told me.
And what might you say to somebody who was being told similar things? They had a Jeff.
Yeah.
But they just, for whatever reason, they just didn't believe Jeff. I just don't think I have that time, or I don't think I can take that luxury, or I just don't know. Or maybe you're saying one thing, but you really mean another. What would you say to that young person?
So if you have trust in this person, which I did, I trusted him and his advice. He was older, he was more, seasoned, he had done this thing. And if I would have just looked at what he was telling me at its face and trusted him that he would never steer me wrong, I would have made that time. I was too caught up in, I just want to close this ticket. I want to do this call. I really, so it was more of the immediate gratification of kind of getting through it, as opposed to investing in that long game. I should have had more faith in what he was telling me, because I thought he was such an amazing manager. He would never steer me wrong. So I would say if someone poses that to you, think long and hard. Are they telling you something that's going to hurt you or help you? And you might change your questioning yourself and putting time in where it needs to be given. So I would take all that into account if someone was faced with that question.
I love that.
Yeah.
I think I would just say to myself, just to have more confidence, and don't worry, it's all going to sort itself out, and you don't need to rush through your career, because time goes quickly, and with every year you get more experience and you get more and more comfortable with this thing called tech. And ultimately, we're all learning every single day, and nobody knows everything. We can't possibly know everything. We just need to have the right questions, understand the answers, know where to go looking for things, and it's all going to be all right.
Having that growth mindset.
Absolutely.
Yes, ma'am.
Systems are only getting more complex, and they are already more complex than one person can truly understand. And it's only going to continue to be that way. So I would tell my younger self, as I'd still tell myself, your community is number one. You don't have to have all the answers. You just have to surround yourself with amazing people.
Preach.
Yes, you should be competent. Yes, you should be great at your job, and you should show up and try hard every day. But my community is what got me here. My community is what keeps me here. And my community will be here with me every step of the way. So invest in your relationships and take them seriously.
That.
Well, thank you all for talking with me today. It's been great. This has been a really fun panel, and thank you all for watching Tech Skills Day.
Thank you.
So generalist or specialist? Yeah, if you haven't voted on the poll either on Twitter or YouTube, go do that. We're interested in knowing what you think. But yeah, I sort of consider myself maybe a specialized generalist. I just love technology, so it's whatever I sort of fall into. And there were some good arguments for you need to have the basic tools, right? You need to have the toolbox of all the different technologies that you might come across and the concepts. And then when the opportunity arises, you sort of specialize to fit into that mold, perhaps. So yeah, I think it's a little bit of a combination of both, if I were to give my educated guess. But yeah, I'm probably more of a generalist as well. But yeah, fill out the poll if you want to give us a bit of data on where you at. Right. Speaking of specializing or generalizing, do consider signing up for the redeem the 30-day trial. Is that what it was? No, there was a premium subscription that you can redeem as part of Tech Skills Day. And part of that is that you can also then do the skill IQ tests, and then you can actually figure out if you are a specialist, right? As we found out with my Python, I am not a Python specialist. I was right down there with novice, but I can improve. So yeah, go do that. And yeah, next up, we've got actually quite an interesting talk. I'm not sure where this is going to be heading, but I could ask, who likes robots or who doesn't, right? Yeah. And we have Peter Gallagher is going to come and build a robot arm with Raspberry Pi and .NET 7. And I was like, well, why just one arm? Let's do two. But yeah, I'm looking forward to this. So please welcome Peter Gallagher, building robots.
Hey everyone, and welcome to today's Tech Skills Days talk. Today I'll be talking about how we can build a .NET 7 Raspberry Pi driven 3D printed robot arm, which is always good fun. A little bit about me first. My name is Pete Gallagher. Some folks might know me as Pete_codes on Twitter. I'm a full stack dev manager at Avanade, as well as a Microsoft certified trainer, an Azure MVP, and I'm also a Pluralsight author, and I run a few meetups. I tend to focus in and around the IoT space, and I've been doing that since before the 2K line was crossed, so quite a while now. I'm also a dad to two young girls, and that drives me on to help children into STEM subjects, and especially minorities, where I think it's super important to make sure that everybody's got access to all of this cool stuff that we do every day. So moving on, today we'll be talking about how we can get this .NET 7 driven robot arm up and running. I won't dwell too long on the individual pieces, but we'll start out by taking a quick look at what's new in .NET 7, and then how we can get .NET 7 installed onto our Raspberry Pi. And then we'll start building up the various blocks of code that we need to be able to move from basically controlling the parts of the Raspberry Pi and onwards to interfacing out to the internet. We'll start out with the GPIO, general purpose input output, and a really basic circuit for what will become then Hello World in the world of IoT. And onwards from there, we'll talk about device bindings and how we can drive servos. And then we'll quickly look at Blazor and SignalR, and then some final demos to round out the talk. And just before we carry on, I thought before we start, I'd show you what it is we're going to be building today. So if I switch over to a top-down camera that I've got, what you can see here is a 3D printed robot arm. So just here is the robot arm itself with a bunch of stuff holding it together. And then we've got a battery pack and a driver board, and then a simple circuit, and then a Raspberry Pi 4 here. The robot arm itself is made up of several different pieces, where we've got the most important part we've got is these servos just here. They're like small motors with 180 degrees of limited motion, so they can move, in this case, forwards and backwards. And then we've got the gripper here, which moves in and out, and then one you can't see in the base can move left and right as well. So we've got rotation, reach, and then grip. These servos here, they're powered essentially by this servo board and then controlled by the Raspberry Pi over here. And then these batteries here, they're providing the power for these servos. I'll talk a little bit more in detail about how this all works in a little bit. But before we do that, let's flick back to the slides. So .NET 7, what's that all about? Well, this is a cross-platform development, an entire platform that allows us to be able to develop everything from desktop all the way through to AI. In that, we've got the facility to be able to target not only regular desktop computers, but also things like the Raspberry Pi with its ARM processor, which is super powerful. There are a broad set of development tools available to us, of course, and I'll be using Visual Studio Code to do the demos today. What's new in .NET 7? Well, we've got ARM64 support. We've had that for a while now, which has been great for being able to make demos like this. But the support for ARM64 is becoming more and more mainstream, and they're really focusing in on performance improvements and adding cumulative fixes and improvements in that space for each of the releases of .NET recently. We've also got some improved system.text.json serialization. And we've also got some generic math, which means that we can do math without actually needing to know the types. So we don't need to add overloads for all our functions for all the different types. We've also got some regular expression improvements where things are now optimized at compile time to make things run nice and fast. We've also got support for milliseconds and nanoseconds in time spans, which can be super useful for things like IoT. We've also got .NET new code completion, which I really like, because obviously with many installed templates, there's a whole heap of new .NET projects that you can spin up. So to have that code completion is really powerful. And we can also publish directly to a container now, which is great for being able to have like a hardware agnostic or platform agnostic development cycle there as well. So yeah, quite like that. So moving swiftly on to our Raspberry Pi. Installing .NET on a Raspberry Pi isn't as straightforward as just an apt-get, sadly. I mean, if you've got something like Ubuntu, that's okay. But for the Raspberry Pi OS installation that most folks tend to default to, then it's a little bit more involved to get that up and running. However, I've shortcutted that by creating a single line install script. So obviously go check out the contents of this script, don't just trust me. But once you're happy that you can run that, then you'll see that this installs all of the prerequisites we need to be able to not only run but also build on the Pi, which is great for beginning your journey into IoT with the Raspberry Pi. So once that's all up and running, you can see if you run a .NET info at the end, then it'll show you the versions of .NET that you've got installed. So we can see that that's .NET 7.0.1 on this particular GIF here. So moving on, the bulk of the work that we'll be doing will be through what's called GPIO, or General Purpose Input Output. And this is the way that the Raspberry Pi and the .NET that's driving it allow you to be able to interact with the outside world. So to do this, we'll be using a NuGet package called system.device.gpio. And this allows us to be able to not only drive the I/O, but also serial interfaces like SPI and I2C. And onwards from that, we'll also be able to drive things like PWM, pulse width modulation, which is actually going to help us drive our robot arm. But I'll circle back to that in a bit. This NuGet package supports a few different platforms, obviously Raspberry Pi that we'll be looking at today, but a few others like BeagleBoard and Hummingboard and Odroid. And it supports not only Linux, but also Windows 10 IoT, which, I mean, for me isn't really a thing anymore. It was a way of being able to get XAML onto a Raspberry Pi with a stripped down version of Windows 10, but for me, there's far better ways of doing that with things like Uno platform that would drive me away from something like that. We can install that with the regular CLI or the NuGet package manager, of course. So GPIO, what's that? Well, along the side of the Raspberry Pi, there are a bunch of pins that we can connect wires and components to. It's important to know that there's two different numbering schemes for these pins. So there's the board numbering scheme that I tend to use because this just follows the numbers actually on the board, like the name implies. But there's also a BCM numbering scheme, which refers to the driver chip. So you can use either of these, and you're free to, but personally I'd recommend sticking with the board numbering scheme because you just count the pins on the device. And in fact, that top left pin that we can see in sort of the orangey colour there, or dark yellow, that square pin there is pin 1, then next to it is pin 2, and then we have 3, 4, 5, 6 that you can see numbered there. So it's relatively simple to follow that numbering scheme, so just stick to that. When you're going to begin any IoT journey, the first thing we want to do is flash an LED and read a button. And I've got a simple circuit down here that just exercises those bits for us. So if we zoom in on this, we'll see that on pin 10, we've got one side of the LED that goes through a resistor. This is a current limiting mechanism that must make sure that we don't draw too much current out of the Raspberry Pi and also put too much current through the LED, possibly damaging it. So pin 10 will be what we'll be using to turn our LED on and off. We've also got one side of a button connected to pin 26, and these two numbers will become valid and important when we start looking at the code in a minute. So we're outputting on pin 10 and we're receiving on pin 26 a button. So what we can do is we can have a look at our first demo. And again, this is in the world of IoT, this is what we call Hello World. And it really does just validate that we've got control over inputs and outputs. So if I switch across to the terminal that I've got here, just before we get going, if we do a .NET --info, we'll see here that we've got a few versions of .NET installed on this Pi, but more importantly, we've got version 7.0.202 installed on here. Now I'm in the directory where I've got some code, and that code is shown here. So I'm not going to spend a great deal of time going through all of these bits of code, but I do want to at least highlight this in the beginning so we can see how it's built up. You can see here that we're bringing in the system.device.gpio NuGet package. And that, again, is going to do a lot of the heavy lifting of driving the inputs and reading the outputs of all of these demos, actually. A bit further down, you'll see here on line 12, actually, that I've got a console.write line for Hello World, and I tend to leave this in. Because if something goes wrong and it doesn't run properly, then you've got an idea that actually the application's running. So even if you've wired it up wrong, you know that it's probably your fault rather than the code. So that just tells me that the code's ready and up and running. It's a little bit more important when we start reading buttons because we'll need to know when it's ready to read the button. I could put something more descriptive, but this is fine. The next thing we do is we create a GPIO controller instance. And if you remember, we spoke about the fact that there can be two different numbering schemes, board and BCM. Well, here we're passing in the pin numbering scheme of board. So that's where that becomes important. Next up, we're creating a variable for our pin. This is just going to drive an LED. And then once we've defined that, we can use the controller to open that pin, and we're going to set it as an output to be able to drive the LED. Onwards from that, we just create a basic loop in a try-catch here, and we, using a thread sleep in between, which we're setting to 300 milliseconds here, we set the LED to high and then to low, and then we just loop like that forever. And at the end, we simply close that pin so that we release that pin back to the system. So let's run that and make sure that we can see what it does. If we do .NET run. Now, on another screen here, I've got a webcam pointed down at this, an Ocio cam. And so we can see here now that this is the robot arm that we'll be driving in a bit. And there we can see the LED flashing away to itself happily. So that really is your Hello World, or at least the first version of Hello World. And that proves that we're able to write some code and interact with GPIO. But we also want to make sure we can read an input as well. So let's do that. So if we stop that and clear the screen. If we switch back to this code, I'm not going to write any code in this. I'm just going to switch between Git branches because I'm nowhere near that brave. So if we switch to the read button branch, and there we are, that's read in. Nothing at the top has changed pretty much. we're all pretty much the same all the way down through to setting up the LED pin, but we're now defining a button pin, and we're making that a pull-up here, so an input pull-up. And what that means is that we don't need a resistor to be able to pull that line to a specific level so that when I press it, we know it goes to another level. This is just a bit of electronics trickery just to make sure that we can keep the number of components down, but it kind of simplifies the circuits here as well. If you don't do that, it'll kind of float around and you can't guarantee that you're going to get that button to work. So do bear that in mind. Next, you'll see here, because of the way we're pulling this up, so what that means is when it's not pressed, it's pulled high. Actually, when we press the button, it'll pull it low, so we'll get a false. So it'll kind of feel a bit backwards, this code. So when that button line is false, it's pressed. So at that point, we set the LED to be on, otherwise we set it to be off. And then we close that LED pin again. So let's run that one. And then we can switch across to the circuit, and we'll see the LED disappear off when our little program starts. And there it is. And so now if I press the button, we'll see the LED comes on, and if I release it, the LED goes off. This is a really expensive way to connect an LED to a button, but actually what we've done now is proven that we can control both outputs and inputs here. We can read that button and we can light that LED up. So that's really us starting our journey quite nicely now. So let's stop that code. There we are, clear the screen again. If we switch back to the slides, the next thing we're going to do is talk about how we can control what's called the servos, the little motors that are moving our robot arm around. And of course, one of the things that we should always do is use somebody else's code for that. And so nicely, somebody's created a NuGet package called iot.device.bindings. And this is a collection of maybe 25 or 30 different devices that code has been written for to work with .NET for a bunch of different peripherals. Now, there's ones for temperature and humidity sensors. And me and my good friend Cliff Aegis, we're often joking about that is the next step quite often for folks in their IoT journey, but it's very boring. And it's not very interesting to show to folks either, because we're having to breathe on a temperature sensor and watch it go up, and it takes forever, and it's just not a very interesting demo. So that's why I tend to focus on things that are a little bit more interesting, like robot arms. We can also drive things like I/O expanders, because obviously we've got limited inputs and outputs on the Raspberry Pi, and this allows us to be able to drive and read more. There's things like the Explorer hat and the Sense hat, which are hardware attached on top of the Raspberry Pi to give it some extra functionality. And we can also drive servos, which is the important part for our code. So if we move on to the next slide, this next circuit, which you'll have seen part of when I switched to the webcam above, will allow us to be able to, through a driver board, drive 3 different servos, 3 different motors, which I'll talk about shortly. Looking at the circuit here in a bit more detail, you can actually drive these servos, these little motors, directly from the Raspberry Pi, but you risk burning pins out because they take quite a lot of current, certainly if they stall or at startup. So I'd recommend that you use something like this board, this Servo 6 board. So the control part, that's just done with the Raspberry Pi, but the power side is then driven by some batteries, and that just ensures that it's the batteries taking the load of the power rather than the Raspberry Pi. So looking at the circuit here in a little bit more detail, on pin 25 we've got ground, and that's fed to that far right hand side pin. And if you do buy this Servo 6 board, just bear in mind that that ground pin is kind of labelled over to one side. So that is the first pin, ground. Next up, we've got pin 35, which I'm using to drive the rotational servo motor. Then I've got pin 13, and I'm using that to drive the reach, as it's called. And then I've got pin 12. And actually, we'll find that there's only 2 hardware pulse width modulation ports on a Raspberry Pi. And actually, this is a software-driven port that is part of that IoT device bindings NuGet package, and I'll talk about that again in the next part. So if you've not seen what servos are, so these are tiny little motors that tend to have 180 degrees of freedom, and they work using something called pulse width modulation. So this is, in very simple terms, if you imagine that you've got a small short pulse with a big gap in between it, if you feed that to the servo motor, then the servo motor will move one way. If you've got like a regular sized pulse and a regular sized gap, then it'll move to the middle. And then if you've got a long size pulse and a shorter gap, then it'll move to the other side. And this is constantly being fed to the servo motor to keep it sort of in place. So it sort of floats to that position and then sticks there so long as you're still sending that same pulse width modulation. So that gives you a basic idea of how these servo motors are actually working and how we're moving things around. But we don't want to have to write the code for that. So that's why we use things like the device bindings NuGet package. So let's have a look, and we'll make our robot arm move, and I'll show you what that code looks like. So switching to our move servos branch, just here, and if I scroll up, pretty much everything's the same at the top, only now we've got the PWM and drivers, and we're also pulling in the IoT device servo motor here. So this device.pwm and the drivers part, they're coming from the system.device.gpio library. So that's where this is coming from. So PWM is built into that, but actually driving a servo motor is a little bit more than just having PWM control. We need to convert frequencies and the like to individual angles, and that's what this NuGet package is giving us a facility to do. So a little bit further down below our hello world, we first create a PWM channel, and that's going to be coming again from the system.device NuGet package. And next we create a servo motor, and that's coming from the IoT device bindings NuGet package. For this create, we pass in 3 different parameters. The first is the chip number. The Raspberry Pi's only got the one chip, so you'll see both of these have got the same 0 in here. And then we've got the channel number that we'd like to use, and there are 2 hardware channels on the Raspberry Pi. So this first one is 0 and the second one is 1. And then we just pass in this frequency part here and just leave that at 50. Next up, we create the servo motor and we pass in that PWM channel for that particular servo motor. We tell it how many degrees of freedom it's got. In our case, that's 180. And then a minimum and a maximum frequency here as well. And then we do that again for the second servo motor. So these 2 are controlling the rotation of the robot arm and also the reach part of the robot arm. And then we've got a software PWM channel. So as I said, there's only 2 hardware PWM channels that the Raspberry Pi's controllers will actually help to run. And when you run out of those, you've got to use a software one. So the IoT device bindings folks that have created that code have actually given us a nice software controlled PWM channel. So we tell it which pin to work on and the frequency. We also tell it here to work in a high accuracy timer mode. If you don't do that, you get a very jerky response. If you imagine the Pi's got to control the whole operating system, so timing functions are actually hard for a real-time system to work on top of an operating system. So that true that we pass in will ensure that we're in a high accuracy mode. And then next we just pass it into a regular servo motor like we would any other PWM channel. And so now we've got the gripper, as it's called. So at that point then, we start up those 3 servo motors. And then next up, we've got a loop here that we're just making it dance. So what it's going to do, it's going to exercise each of those channels, moving them to and from different positions, just so we can see it moving. So it's a very wobbly robot arm, this. I've not made it perfect. It's not meant for that. It's really just meant to demonstrate what it is. So let's flick to that and see how that works. So if I run this one, and then we switch over to our webcam, and when that runs up, there we are. So we've got it moving. There we are. So we can see each of the individual pieces of our robot arm now are moving away happily. So that's great. So we're quite happy with that. So now that that's running, we can stop the code and we can move on. Right, so if we clear that screen and go back to our slides. So the next part is Blazor. And I'm not going to spend too much time on these individual pieces, but Blazor is a single page app framework for building interactive website .NET applications. And it allows us to be able to get rid of the JavaScript element to a degree out of our applications and create entire single-page applications just using the power of C#. And so I decided to use this to be able to drive my robot arm. What I wanted was a way that I could drag sliders around and have the robot arm move around its degrees of freedom. So that's what that's for. Now, if anybody knows me, you'll often find me talking about IoT hubs and the like. Well, actually, I could use IoT hubs here, but what I wanted was a real-time control. And SignalR allows us to do that in that it's a library for ASP.NET developers to be able to add real-time web functionality to their applications. So with the power of WebSockets, we can create a hub, as it's called, a central point, and then connect our application up to that hub, and then have that communication have a real-time communication link between our website, if you will, and the controller here on the Raspberry Pi. So let's add that to our repertoire here and show how that one's working. So what I'm going to do is switch out to our main branch here, so no more switching after this. And I'm not going to spend a great deal of time talking about how the individual pieces of this are working. But what I will do is just give you a brief overview of how we're connecting our Raspberry Pi out to a SignalR hub. So everything at the top of this is identical in that we're creating the 3 different PWM channels and servos. But next we create a connection, and this is our SignalR connection here. And we're connecting this out to the IP address of my local machine here, which I'm going to run the Blazor application on, that's also going to host the SignalR hub. And we're calling it a chat hub here. Now, if you've ever done any SignalR work, then the likely first application you'll have made will be a chat app. So that kind of alludes to where this code comes from. We also do this dangerous accept any certificate, which is just a way to get over the fact that there's not a certificate that's valid on my local machine for the Raspberry Pi. Don't do that in production, obviously. And then we have an automatic reconnect in case it fails, and then a build. Now, I mentioned that a chat app is where you base a lot of your code on for SignalR, and that's kind of what I've done here, just to show the steps. And we make a quick change, and we point this to our. We've got a user and a message, and the user version will become the servo, and the message will become the angle we want to move it to. So then I just parse through here, and if any of these are servo 1, servo 2, or servo 3, then we move that servo to the angle in the message. And then that's it. And then at the end, we just stop. And then just a simple routine just to make things a little bit easier. So let's run that. And so with that running, we can switch over to our application, our Blazor application. And we can see on the left-hand side our robot arm. So on the right-hand side here, we've got a Blazor application and we've added some SignalR goodness to it. And what happens is that every time I move these sliders, it sends a message through that SignalR link to the Raspberry Pi, telling it which servo to move and the angle to move to. So if I move this slider across, we'll see that the robot arm happily moves from side to side. It's very jerky, of course, but we're happy enough with that. And then this one here will move the robot arm forwards and backwards. And this one here will do the grip that you can see at the front, and that's the software controlled one. So that's really nice. I like that. But of course, now that we've got a Blazor application, we should really deploy that to Azure. And that'll give us some extra facilities as well. So if we go across and stop our application again. And then we run that one. And then switch to this tab. And then what we've got in here is a live video feed built into the web page just to make it slightly easier. And then we can see that if we do the same things, we can rotate our Raspberry Pi robot arm from here and adjust the reach and the grab. Just the same as we could before. But now that we've done that, that means that this is now a publicly accessible point that we can connect to. So as long as we've got the correct authorization, we can actually drive this from any point. which means that we can, in theory, use something like an Oculus Quest to do this through VR. So let's have a look and see how that works. So returning to our slides, what we're going to be using is something called Unity. And Unity is a cross-platform game engine, and it gives users the ability to be able to create games and experiences in both 2D and 3D, but using .NET, which is fantastic. And so let's switch over to our final demo and see how we can drive our robot arm using an Oculus Quest 2. So if I switch over to this screen here, then on the left-hand side, I'm casting from my Oculus Quest 2. And on the right-hand side, this is the web-deployed version of our SignalR-based Blazor application. So what we're able to do is move our Raspberry Pi robot arm using a VR app connected to the same SignalR hub that's in Azure now. So let's have a look how that works. So, excuse me, I'm going to put my Oculus Quest 2 on. And then here we've got some sliders on the left and what is a robot arm on the right hand side. So if I I can click on anywhere on here and I can rotate my robot arm left and right, and we can see that the robot arm in the VR world is moving at the same time. And in fact, were I to try and control the robot arm from the web, it would also move here in VR. So the two things are directly connected. Likewise, I can move the reach forwards and backwards, and I can control the gripper as well. So we can see that that's nicely moving there, although there's a bug in my app that means it doesn't move in VR when I do that, sadly. So now we're controlling a robot arm from virtual reality, all with the power of SignalR and .NET. So, very good. So, switching back across to our slides for a final few slides. This wasn't plain sailing the whole way through. It turned out that my cat liked these servos, so the cat would jump up and start playing every time I was developing this particular talk, which was funny. And it's a wobbly robot arm, and does some funny things when you start moving it around, of course. A bit wobbly. And it gets so wobbly, in fact, that if you do the wrong thing at the wrong time, then it'll just go and fall over. So yeah, these things are never plain sailing when you're doing them, but I just thought it was worthwhile showing you some of the things that happen along the way while you're developing, certainly with hardware. So here's some links. You don't have to worry too much about taking a note of those, because there'll be a link to the slides at the end anyway. But you can see there that actually there's all of the code for this is on GitHub, and there's a workshop to build your own version of this too. So do check that out. And then there's some more information about .NET and the device bindings and where you can find the 3D printer files for this particular robot arm. I mentioned earlier that I run a few meetup groups, and they're listed here. So Knots IoT, .NET Knots, Knots Dev Workshop, and Lati. I'm also part of the Agile Engineering podcast and also the Azure-ish Live Twitch channel. If you want to get in touch with me, Twitter's often the best place. Just drop me a DM on @Pete_codes and ask me any IoT question you like. I'm happy with that. Alternatively, you can email me there at pete@pjgcreations.co.uk. And do feel free to go check out my blog there at petecodes.co.uk. If you scan that QR code, that'll take you to these slides, so don't worry too much about not getting down those links. They're all contained in that slide deck there, so do feel free to go and check that out. And with that, thank you very much for watching, and I look forward to seeing you again soon. Cheers.
Steam Deck. Untitled Goose Game. Pretty good. Okay. If in the Steam Deck, you do need to sign up for Tech Skills Day to be eligible, but the all the rules and regulations for that are going to be in the chat as well. So, speaking of Matthias, he's next. Matthias is going to talk about learning the best tech skill, or is it learning : Anyway, he's going to go into all that. And no. Join me here. bit of live Q&A. So if you have questions, he will answer those during the talk as well, but also come and just point out a few of the best bits, greatest hits from Matthias after the talk as well. So stay tuned. Still much more to come. Enjoy.
Hi, I'm Matthias, and I'd like to talk with you about learning the most important tech skill. So which skill is the most important? Well, let's start with a little story. So picture this. Here we are walking through the desert. Oh look, an unexplored cave. Haha, turns out this cave is just the size of a closet and only contains this magic lamp. And how do we know it's a magic lamp? Well, that's what this massive manual says. But we don't have the time to read that whole thing, so hey, thankfully there's a quick start guide right over here. Step 1, rub lamp. Step 2, make 3 wishes. Step 3, question mark, question mark, question mark, or sell his lakefront property. Step 4, profit. Sounds good. Let's do this. So we'll read the full manual later, right? Right? All right, anyway, rub the lamp. Ooh, nice, a genie. So for my first wish, I'd like to learn React. I was recently trying to debug a website and I kept tripping over the React stuff I didn't know my way around. Genie says, done. I don't need to know the explanation, but you'll be able to understand React by Monday. By Monday, I say? Aren't magic wishes supposed to be instant? Ahem. Page 42 in the manual clearly states that brain-altering wishes require several days to start working and may need some weeks for full effect. If brain fog persists for more than 4 hours, please seek medical attention. Okay. Then for my second wish, I'd like to learn Clojure. It was the top-paying programming language in the Stack Overflow Developer Survey 2022. Genie says again, you don't need to say why, but okay, done. And since you clearly didn't read the manual, I'll just tell you that you'll understand Clojure by next Thursday and be an expert in it in a couple of months. Well, I'm on a roll now, but this is my last wish, so I need to make it good. Based on my first 2 impetuous wishes, the pattern is obviously that I need to keep learning new things to stay relevant in tech, right? So, Genie, my third wish is to be able to learn any technology I want both effectively and efficiently. Ideally even faster than those first 2 wishes, but I'll take what I can get. Now you listen here, you little silly mortal. No judge in any courtroom of magical things would side with you on this one. You are clearly wishing for infinite wishes of the sort you just got, so your request is denied. Yeah. Okay, so here's the deal. Learning new stuff really is important, critical for making a career in tech. But we don't need magic, and I will still show you how you can make that third wish come true. So that means that what I'm about to tell you is literally more powerful than magic, huh? Well, at least the type of magic I made up for this talk specifically so I could make that claim, but just ignore that. Okay, so here's my plan for the rest of our time together. I'll briefly explain the context and why the general skill of learning is so important for a tech career. Then I'll walk through some key fundamentals of brain and learning science. After that, it's time for some techniques you can use to help you learn more quickly and effectively. And finally, we'll look at my 3 tips for how you can sustainably apply all of this in your everyday life. Sound good? Then let's dive in. Okay, context. An ancient Greek philosopher said, the only constant is change. And wow, does this ever apply to technology, eh? It changes ridiculously much and bewilderingly fast. If you've never seen the Hacker Noon article, How It Feels to Learn JavaScript in 2016, it's a little old, but it's still good, you might want to open it up in a new tab for later. It's a hilariously told story of a current practitioner trying to help someone who fell behind catch up. But the point is that tech keeps advancing whether we like it or not. And although we do not need to jump on every new thing, if we want to stay relevant, we cannot live in the past. And staying relevant is not optional if we want to stay employed, right? I've said it many times and I'll say it again now. In a tech career, your ability to learn is your primary skill. We recently published an article on the Pluralsight blog about exactly this, titled, I Work in Tech. Should I always be upskilling? And if you don't immediately feel the need to yell, yes, of course, to that question, then you might want to read it. Anyway, this is why I call my talk, Learning the Most Important Tech Skill. and also why I call it learning, the most important tech skill. Anyway. Next up, the fundamentals of learning science and how the brain works. People often ask, since there's so much information to learn, how do I remember it all? And my answer to that is that you don't. Let me explain with an exercise. Remember these 4 things. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Then 6, 2, 8, 3, 1, 8, 5, 3, 0. Next is 0770 6508 and finally 999 999 999. Got them? Now, I need to tell you that 299,792,458 meters per second is the speed of light in a vacuum, and 340 meters per second is the speed of sound at sea level, and 11 meters per second is the flight speed of an unladen swallow. European, of course. But you don't need to remember those speeds. They were just there to push out the 4 number sequences out of your short-term memory. So, now then, do you remember the 4 things? Chances are good that you still remember that the first one was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, right? And you probably also remember that the last one was 999 999 999. With me so far? But you might well have forgotten that the second one was 628318530, and the third was 0770560884. If you did, don't feel bad. But why is this? Well, it's because your brain parsed, understood, and changed the first and last numbers into the patterns you recognized about them. Your brain did not remember the numbers directly. It remembered what it understood. So for the first sequence, that was, these are the digits from 1 to 9. For the last set, it remembered, that's 9 nines. But I would be very surprised if you could make immediate sense of the other 2 sequences. And actually, the third one was wrong when I said it the second time. The original sequence was 0770650884, not 56. Did you notice the switched digits? Very few people do, and even those who do usually start doubting themselves. But I am pretty sure you would have noticed if I had tried to pull the same trick and said that the first set was 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 5, 7, 8, 9, right? Because you know how to count to 9, and you're appropriately confident in that ability. In case you're curious, the second sequence I gave is the first 9 digits of tau, which is twice pi, and the other one was the decimal ASCII numbers for MAT, the first 3 letters of my name. These are not quite as simple as 1 to 9 or 9 nines, but now that you know what the patterns are, you might be able to tell them back to me even next week. Sure, you might need to translate what you do remember, meaning what you do understand, into the actual number sequence by looking up tau or pi or using an ASCII converter or something, but your brain now has something that it can grab onto. And that is key. Because in the real world, we don't need to memorize numbers or other information. Instead, we need to understand various technologies well enough to look up and double-check details when they might matter. No one gets paid to sit in meetings and recite quotes from documentation pages, and those docs don't solve business problems by themselves at our desks either. But our biggest takeaway is this: you remember what you understand. So focus on understanding over everything else. That is what learning is all about. And of course, my reason for going through this exercise was to help you understand this point, not just hear me say it. But that means that you'll probably remember it too. Anyway, let's look at how this applies to your learning. It's easy enough to say that you should understand things, but I want to help your brain do that by teaching you about mental models. A mental model is a simplified representation of reality that your mind uses to anticipate events or draw conclusions. Basically, it's what your brain builds when you understand something by organizing new information into hierarchies. It includes recognizing patterns and is a kind of data compression for the brain, really. That's what let you remember the 2 easy sequences from the exercise we did earlier. When you use logic instead of memorization, that is also based on a mental model. For example, you don't remember that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 is a larger number than 9, 8, 7. You understand that it is because it has more digits. Here's a quote from Professor David Skillicorn of the School of Computing at Queen's University. anyone can learn faster by structuring the information. This is another one of those common trade-offs. Getting right into it can feel satisfying, but taking some time to organize can increase effectiveness, even if it doesn't feel so satisfying in the short term. What's more, mental models don't just make learning faster, they actually make learning easier too. Like we've seen, our human brains are much better at remembering related concepts than unrelated details. And when we try to squeeze in too many details, we can often find that the other ones get pushed out. Just like when I listed those different speeds after the number sequences, right? But with a mental model, the more you build and refine it, the easier it becomes to learn more information. And what you learn is far more valuable to you too, because it becomes a part of your decision-making process. So even though learning faster is great, learning more effectively is arguably even better. The interesting problems in life are trade-offs, and you'll often be faced with situations where you won't know all the details involved. To be able to work effectively in a tech career, you'll need to be able to predict likely behaviors, identify your assumptions, and then validate your theories through investigation and testing. A strong mental model is the critical foundation you need for these steps. And it also happens to be the process of learning applied to your situation, and not just some technology. So, whether you're building them on purpose or subconsciously, mental models are the critical must-have for a technology career. You can't succeed without them. Okay then, now that we understand the basics of mental models, let's look at how we can go about intentionally building them. The key is to continually ask, how does this information fit into or change my mental model? There are two parts to that. Some information will simply fit into the mental model we already have. The new information is similar to what we've seen before, so it strengthens our existing mental model. This type of information often feels calm, comforting, and confidence-inspiring. But some other information won't fit because it somehow conflicts with the mental model we've built up to that point. This conflicting information may feel chaotic or confusing, but it is actually the most critical type of information for learning. This is because we need to do what learning scientists call double loop learning. In this type of learning, instead of just using information to make new decisions, you use it to refine your mental model. Let's take a simple example. If I say that 3 numbers in a sequence are 1, 2, 3, what do you think the next number is? If I said 4, wouldn't that feel satisfyingly like what you expected? Because your mental model is probably that I'm just counting. But what if I said that after 1, 2, 3 comes 5? Why 5? Why did I skip 4? This is in conflict with the mental model of counting, so you're forced to consider other explanations. Now what if I told you that after 5 comes 8 and then 13? Do you see it now? This is the Fibonacci sequence that adds the previous 2 to get the next. And I skipped the very start of the sequence just to make a point. Insufficient information can lead you astray. Not always, mind you, but often enough that we should always be looking out for it. But still, it's best to start with a simple explanation and only complicate your mental model when the information leads you to, whether directly or indirectly. But that also means that to learn more efficiently, we should actively seek out the sorts of things that cause us to rethink our mental model. Even though it might not feel good to be confused, it's kind of like building muscle strength. If we don't feel any soreness, we're probably not making much real progress. When we work through the confusion to reshape our mental model into something that is better at organizing all the information we've seen, then we convert more of the not yet seen information into that calm and comforting kind too. This is like our mental model just leveled up, ding! And it can handle future situations more easily with its improved strength. Anyway, an important takeaway from all this is that learning progress is not measured by how much learning material or information you've consumed, but rather by how well your mental model supports information. So be careful not to get lost in your learning and just go through the motions. In particular, don't keep powering through what you're trying to learn if you don't really understand any of it or aren't paying attention. If you're not constantly incorporating information into your mental model, then you're not learning effectively, and you're arguably not making any real progress. At best, you're just trying to memorize stuff, and it's kind of a waste of time. Because of this, slowing down and backing up can actually be excellent tools to help you learn. They can refocus your attention on your mental model and how it handles the new information. Also, pay attention to how well your learning is going so that you can tweak your approach and learn in new ways. Basically, use double loop learning on your double loop learning. It's learnception, right? In any case, refining your mental model into a mature one is the slowest and most important part of your journey toward expertise. And this also answers the questions that people so frequently ask of, am I ready to something? Sit my exam, apply for that job, take on this project, whatever. If you seek out potentially conflicting information and you can still incorporate it pretty smoothly into your mental model without destabilizing it, then my answer would be yes, you're ready. Okay, now let's run through a few learning science-based techniques that you can apply. It seems only fitting that I should start with the primacy effect. Actually, the primacy effect and the recency effect are both a part of the serial position effect, which is, according to Wikipedia, the tendency of a person to recall the first and last items in a series best, and the middle items the worst. This effect is another reason I put the harder two number sequences in the middle in my exercise, to make it less likely that you would simply remember them. But you can leverage this for learning by reversing it. Now, I know I've been harping on how you need to focus on understanding and not memorizing, but building a mental model still requires you to keep the information in your head, yes, remember it, for long enough to incorporate it into your mental model. And if you want to turn this idea up to 11, then always try to give your brain a mental model puzzle to solve, like all the time, in the background. I mean, try to keep your brain's hopper, in a sense, full with something that conflicts with your current mental model. Even if you don't successfully work through that conflict and update your mental model every time you do that, that's fine. To be honest, your success rate can be objectively terrible at that, and this will still be a super strong technique just because you can give it so many opportunities to pay off. Anyway, doing this, incorporating the quick learning puzzles into your daily thought process, it can be a huge advantage for you in your tech career. So, to get even more concretely practical here, this is all about intentionally using the little minutes. Little minutes happen all over the place. While standing in line at the grocery store, during your commute, taking a shower, on your break, hoping the kids will get in the car soon, falling asleep, in the waiting room at the dentist, or whatever. Whenever your brain isn't otherwise occupied. These things happen crazy often. Just try making a note of every time this happens in a day, and you'll very quickly get annoyed by how much time you're wasting by making those notes. So instead of making a note like that, maybe read one instead. Like I just implied a minute ago, you can keep a list of questions that you have while learning, and then bring that up whenever you have a little minute somewhere. Read the top couple, and then get back to your waiting or have your shower or whatever. That said, you won't always have enough questions in your list. Maybe it's because the learning time that you had set aside got interrupted by some emergency, or maybe you fell asleep, or maybe something else. I'm not judging. The reality of life is that we don't always manage to do what we hope or plan to do. That's okay. But lots of the little minutes that you do get offer more opportunity than simply thinking about something. For example, if you're commuting by bus, you may well be able to watch one more video in an on-demand course that you're taking, or maybe 2 or 3. And if you get interrupted or distracted, no worries, you'll just get back to it later, right? Or maybe you're standing in line at the store and it's harder to watch a video. Well, maybe you can read an article you came across or some documentation page that you opened up. I always have an insane number of tabs open in every web browser on every device I have, so I'll pretty much never run out of things to read. But if you prefer like the peacefulness of no open tabs, tab 0 or something like that, you can still do something like bookmarking or putting a link in your notes, right? Little minutes are powerful, and they are probably the #1 untapped opportunity for most people here to improve your learning. Next, we have distributed practice. Again, quoting Wikipedia, this is also known as spaced repetition, the spacing effect, or spaced practice. And it is a learning strategy where practice is broken up into a number of short sessions over a longer period of time. Just to be clear, distributed practice is the exact opposite of cramming. They've done studies to compare the effectiveness of various learning techniques to each other, and distributed practice was one of the very strongest ones. And actually, distributed practice is one of the reasons why many people learn more effectively from on-demand video courses than they do from in-person classroom training. I don't have time in this talk to cover all the reasons, but having things broken down into lessons that are usually under 10 minutes long makes a huge difference in how people can process information, as compared to classes that are 1 or several hours long. The point is that it's much more effective learning to go through 1 lesson each day than it is to go through 7 lessons each Saturday. Way more effective. And worst of all is the whole, oh, I just went to a week-long destination training course that jams together what should be literally hundreds of separate lessons. So, to learn effectively and efficiently, do whatever you can to break apart your learning into small chunks and then spread them out on your calendar like paint splatter all over, little dots everywhere. All right. The other super strong technique for learning that's called out by that comparison study I mentioned was practice testing. Practice testing is about putting yourself on the spot to answer some question relating to the material you are learning. There are a lot of ways to go about this, but I'll warn you against using question dumps that you might find online. Many people have lost job opportunities because they've used those things. Sometimes they've lost those things for ethical reasons, and sometimes because they actually misled those people from proper learning. So just don't put yourself in such a disadvantage. But there are reputable sources of ethical practice questions, especially when you can be sure that a training author has created their own questions for their students. And even more interestingly from the study, the article about that study highlighted that their finding was practice testing is effective when you create the questions yourself. It doesn't have to be someone else creating those questions for you. Okay, another very strong technique, though it wasn't compared by that particular study, is the one of teaching others. Yes, I mean that you will learn by teaching. The point is that going through the process of explaining what you think you've learned to someone else, even if that someone else is a mirror or a rubber duck, that will quickly show you where you still are a bit shaky. Then you can go and shore up that particular thing and repeat. This way, you'll suss out all of those little bits of confusion in your mental model that were hiding in some corner of brain fog. Historically, the medical field has sometimes used this teaching others technique as a part of their see one, do one, teach one. And in terms of additional resources, I'll link to a good video that I found that explains the Feynman technique. Actually, I've added that video to my curated YouTube playlist of a lot of really good learning to learn videos, and I'll link to that later. Also, you can check out the Wikipedia page for rubber duck debugging. Yes, that page actually exists. All right, now there are many more techniques to consider than I have time for today, but I do want to give you a quick heads up that the idea that each person has a primary learning style, such as visual, auditory, or kinesthetic, well, that's all bunk. Sorry, it's not supported by learning science. Now that said, it's because which of those modalities is best is actually going to depend on the material and not the person more often. For example, would you say that the best way for someone to learn the shape of a map is to describe it to them audibly because that person calls themselves an auditory learner? No, they'd still get much more benefit if they see that map visually. And on the flip side, virtually everyone should get hands-on with as much of what we're learning as possible, because that both locks it in and offers us new ways to refine our mental models. Okay, to wrap things up today, I want to give you my 3 quick tips for how you can work learning into your daily routine so that you can have a successful and sustainable tech career. The first thing is to set achievable and valuable goals. If you just need to learn to swim, there's no point in making it your goal to beat Michael Phelps in Olympic gold medals. That rather lofty goal is not valuable to your circumstance. Instead, target a valuable scope of learning like an industry certification. Technical certifications have gotten a ton better than they used to be, and I find them to be exceptionally valuable as well-defined learning targets and stepping stones to even bigger goals. The second thing is to make consistent progress. In particular, make it a daily discipline to intentionally learn for at least 5 minutes. The biggest obstacle to learning tends to be simply the starting. So just start. Keep starting. Set a timer so that you don't end sooner than 5 minutes, but do try to let yourself go over that 5-minute mark whenever possible. And try to every day make a note of, say, 3 things that you noticed during your learning. Maybe those things fit smoothly into your mental model, or maybe they don't and you can let them percolate in your brain and glance at them later. Either way is a win. 5 minutes per day is a very small commitment, so you should be able to incorporate this into your life. But that said, when you have a crazy day and you miss it, don't sweat it either. Don't even keep track of how far behind you are or anything like that. Just move on and try to do what you can each day. It's not worth the mental capacity or stress to even think about making up for it, and carrying such a learning debt would actually work exactly opposite the whole point of this being a thing that you can achieve each day. The third and final thing I want to tell you about is to make inconsistent progress as well. I already talked about using the little minutes, and that is exactly what I mean. But I also mean that you can turn most things in life into a learning opportunity by simply engaging your curiosity. Explore the why of everything. Doing this almost always leads to something interesting. Plus, it helps you to continuously refine your mental model and also helps you to flesh out the breadth part of your T-shaped skill set. Okay, well, there is a ton more to say about all of this, but it's gonna have to wait for another day. The only thing I have time left for is a ridiculously rapid recap. You ready? All right. A successful tech career requires continuous learning. In fact, your ability to learn is your primary skill. You remember what you understand, and that understanding that your brain builds is called a mental model. Your mental model is your basis for making decisions and being effective with tech. So, learning tech is all about building and refining your mental model, not remembering things. It is easy to learn new information that fits with the mental model you already have, but information that conflicts with your mental model and confuses you is how you improve and make it more effective. So, to learn more efficiently, seek out information that conflicts with your mental model. Your brain can continue learning in the background while you do other things. So, to learn efficiently, keep reminding your brain about things that confuse it. Take advantage of all the little minutes that you have in your day and split your learning up into small pieces to take advantage of both distributed practice and the serial position effect. Suss out the holes in your mental model by asking yourself questions and trying to teach others. And finally, to incorporate learning into your life, engage your curiosity and make daily consistent progress toward achievable and well-defined learning targets. Whew! Finally, I'm going to leave you with a list of resources that you can use to continue developing your skill of learning. I mean, don't spend all of your time just learning about learning, but if you invest a bit more time into it now, it will pay dividends for the rest of your life. Because learning is the most important tech skill. Thank you.
Welcome back. He was
Hi.
just there, and now he's here.
Magical transportation.
Absolutely.
Teleportation.
It's a short flight from Vancouver. Oh, that was really good. That was really good, Matthias. Thank you so much for sharing those tips. And I can tell you had a lot more to say.
Yeah, I mean, there's so much interesting stuff to cover in this space. I did have to cut a number of things out. I mean, there have been a number of themes that we've been talking about recently at our Link conference that have been brought into a lot of the live streams that happened as well. Embracing curiosity, I think, is one of the biggest things. And it was mentioned also earlier today in Tech Skills Day, right?
Yeah.
The embracing curiosity, something I was trying to get at with the part at the end there about the inconsistent progress, that you want to be
you want to be making consistent progress every day. Take some time to be making that progress so that you're really making, going in a certain direction that you've defined. But there's a lot of value still in the inconsistent progress.
I was about to say that, like, progress is also making a mistake, right?
Yeah,
You know, that's
like,
another,
Scott and Sophy were talking about this morning, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, every time you do something, you can learn from it. And that's a really important perspective to have. And so looking for those opportunities all over the place. I watching these talks, I've made a whole bunch of notes of, this, and this. And actually in the comments, someone was mentioning, was it Dr. Barbara Oakley that I should look up as well? Because, so I'm learning from the comments of people talking about my talk while I was watching it and listening, and it was a little bit of a talkception thing going.
It was a bit.
You got a good picture there.
I did get a good picture.
Yeah. There's just so much stuff, and you're welcome to the people who've been saying thank you. There have also been some call-outs for your shirts. I just want to get that in there. Right now, the cat T-shirt, yes, and earlier there was a cat DJ, right?
It was Sonic.
It was Sonic DJ.
Yeah,
I got
because
confused.
we were listening
and
to Sonic Pod.
Yes, my bad. And I just misremembered. Now I get the joke too. Thanks.
Hey.
I learned another thing. See? Not sure how much that'll help me in my career, but maybe, you know.
The eventually consistent.
Yeah, eventually. Yeah. Eventually we figure the things out, right? So
yeah.
But there are so many things in life that we can learn from, that if we're constantly looking at every opportunity as an opportunity to learn, it helps us grow so much. It also came in a lot when Scott and Sophy were talking about learning from other people. It's not a linear progression of you are a novice and then you become an expert. And then as an expert, you know all the things. And as a novice, it's a
spectrum, right?
Yeah. Well, not only is it a spectrum, it's multidimensional. And I think that's one of the things that I've really taken away from some of the times I've been thinking about this. Expertise is kind of a bumpy landscape of like little hills and valleys, and other people, they have different perspectives from their sort of landscape of learning. And I mean, and that's even just sort of like 3 dimensions, but there's so many different types of things to learn that we can always learn from other people.
Oh yeah,
always.
Yeah, well, that's what there was. Again, Corey's comment of, always be curious. Expect an outcome. So not expect, embrace the outcome, right? Whatever it might be.
Yeah. Always be curious. Actually, is ABC. I've been thinking about doing a talk sort of framed around that or something. But anyway, it's there's a lot of value there. So anyway, I should double check to see if there were some more comments coming through. Can we see the Pac-Man jacket, Matthias? Well, I mean, okay. So this is the jacket we got from Link. We've got some Pac-Man on this side and some glitching going on all over.
What's in the pocket, Matthias? What's in the pocket?
Yes.
He's gonna have to put it on Twitter or something.
The pocket, it might be hard to see, but there's a little llama inside the pocket. It's a really well-designed pocket.
Well-designed pocket. They're the best kind.
Yeah. So we have a lot of stuff to cover, but I think there's a big important theme, that being uncomfortable, having empathy, being willing to be vulnerable. These are the themes that have been coming up so frequently across all of the stuff that we've been talking about on live streams. And
I often found it's that ice-breaking moment, right? And I do this a lot when I do talks in front of an audience. Is I just need someone to do that first question.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't matter what it is. It just opens up, and everybody no one wants to be first, right? So having the courage to be the first actually also means that you are opening the way for everybody else to learn. So there's many ways we can participate and contribute, for sure.
Yeah. Asking a question helps other people around you learn. It's a way actually of paying it forward, right?
No, it is.
Being willing to ask the question that other people were thinking, but didn't have necessarily the confidence to ask. It helps us when we ask the question. Even if we think we know the answer, often we get a different answer than we're expecting. But anyway, there's just so many different opportunities. And so I love Tech Skills Day because it's about helping people learn like this. Yeah.
And plug Skill IQ.
Skill IQ.
I keep plugging it.
Yeah.
It's such a good tool, because you measure where you're at, whether you're an expert or not. And it's not because you need to be an expert. It's more to know where your skill level is so you can learn the next thing correctly, right? So,
yeah.
Yeah.
We had some people in the chat trying out the skill IQ
Oh,
and saying,
excellent.
you know, what they learned
Yeah.
of like where they're at in a couple of different things. And I mean,
Sweet.
that's super valuable.
It is.
And not only does the skill IQ give you like a linear progression sort of a thing, it actually also gives you a whole bunch of, this is how you can follow up on some of the things that you missed.
Yeah. And then you can retest yourself next year and see if you've improved.
Yeah,
exactly.
Again, learning from each opportunity that you have, right?
Yep.
So
Yep.
yeah. We've got comments about cats. Sonic won the day for me. Yeah, I'm kind of, I don't know, how much time do we have left here?
What have we got
looking at?
time left? Let's see if we can get someone to show us how much time we got left. A minute or two?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
We got time.
So we might have enough time to answer a couple of questions that come in. If they maybe they're playing Among Us while off screen. No, we were playing Untitled Goose Game. That was
obviously.
Yeah. No, but oh no, there are lots of great things that I'm sure that we can also learn from you all. Yeah. So when we were looking back at the talks so far today, a lot of things stood out. But I want to ask you a question. Well, what stood out to you? Well, you were learning some things.
I like that discussion about generalist versus specialist because I don't think there's necessarily a right or wrong answer. It's not black and white. So it was good to hear all the different perspectives on. Yeah, well, you should learn the skill when you need it, right? But you should be a generalist and have all the tools ready to be a specialist. But I don't know. I just enjoyed that conversation.
It's a really good one, and actually, I like the framing for those, that you should learn things when you need them, and you should have the general background. But the should word also, I think, sometimes carries a little bit of a guilt, or like I didn't do that, so now what does that mean? And I think one of the other things that was called out is that giving ourselves grace and not having that guilt about us not having done it before, that's actually a good thing. And it ties into you should learn it when you need it, not always have learned it before you needed it. Generally, it's just impossible.
Exactly. You can't keep up with everything. Oh, there's a new JavaScript framework. I better learn that. No. Do you need it? Right. If you have a real interest in it, sure. Like I really love home automation, so I need to learn a little bit of Python, and then I figure that out. But it's because I want to learn that bit and use it right.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say just learn something because it's new. Like that doesn't work that way.
Well, okay, yeah, no, generally not, right? No. Especially if you're always jumping to the next new thing, you're never learning anything deeply enough to necessarily be able to use it. But getting a basic understanding of it is sometimes a valuable thing. When something new comes out, maybe spend 5 minutes looking at it.
Oh, and yes, good point. That's exactly. You should know about it, but you should not know it.
Yeah. I think that's a really valuable distinction there. Yes. Okay. That comment, know what you don't know, is actually one of the most critical things. Honestly, that the blind spots are what constantly come out of left field and smack us down, right? Actually, another thing that I've been wanting to work into a talk is about how, the question you always get, oh, what's your greatest weakness, right? I think that the greatest weakness is the blind spot that you don't know about. Like if you know about it and you can talk about it, it's not your greatest weakness because you can actually mitigate it. You can do stuff about it, right?
Oh dear, my head hurts.
Yeah. It's just so anyway, you said, know what you don't know. And that I think is a really valuable thing. So I like to, in some of my little minutes, here and there, try to learn something.
You have little
new.
minutes?
Yeah, you didn't listen to the whole talk. Yeah, I know. There was a lot of stuff going on. It's all good. Yeah. Oh yeah, I missed your bad joke. Sorry. The minutes are little, as opposed to bigger. In the little minutes, you can fill them up with all sorts of little. I learned enough to know what I don't know about that thing. And that's one of the reasons why I chuckle and reread that how it feels to be a JavaScript developer in 2016 article. And you remember that one?
I do.
Yeah. So it is just hilarious.
It's still valid.
Yeah. Oh, it is, and that's why I called it out in the talk.
Yeah.
Because
put it in the chat afterwards here.
Yeah, we'll relink it. That's a really good idea. So So I just want to call out a couple of other things. I love Scott's and Sophie's talk. I think the imposter syndrome is growing among the industry, and people need to acknowledge it and learn from it. It is so true. And then a question: how do you overcome challenges and learn from failures? Do you want to take a stab at that one?
Well, there's a couple of ways you can go about it, I think. One of the ways I like this is, I can't remember who came up with it, but it's this idea of go for no, right? If there's something you really are trying to really achieve, well, the more often you fail or you get a no, the closer you're going to be to a yes, right? So if you embrace it that way, it becomes almost like a competition. But there's also, sometimes you can turn things around, and that's easier said than done, is that you can take these failures, or what do you want to call them, and you can take that knowledge that you got and go, okay, well, what did I learn from this?
Yes,
right?
yes.
What are the good bits? And that's not as easy as it sounds.
Not easy, but
if you find the way you learn that, that's a really good idea.
Yeah.
So
I would say one step at a time. Like, it basically sort of the same thing, right? As you're getting at, just turn every opportunity, every situation into a learning.
And it's easy for us to say that here, but there is some truth to it. I think we should introduce our final keynote speaker.
Absolutely.
Tech Skills Day.
Yes.
We have very special lady. Really Angie Jones is going to join us. Angie is the VP, Vice President, because titles, of Global Developer Relations at Block, and she's going to talk to us about the reality of developing in an artificial world. Oh, very interesting. But and after this, I'll be back and talk more.
Imagine a scenario where you walk into your favorite department store. You've just gotten a bonus at work, so you have a little extra cash in your pocket. And you begin to select all of the items that you like to try on, and you take them into the dressing room. All the things that you really like, you hang them into this one pile. The things that you don't like, you hang them in a second pile. And the things that you're not so sure about goes into this third pile. Now, imagine that mirror there is actually a smart mirror. And it's been observing your decisions, so much so that it's now able to recommend other items in the store that it's sure you would like. In fact, under each of the items, there's a button that you can call, and the sales clerk will bring those items to you in your size. Pretty neat, right? What's really neat about this is that the technology for such a system exists today. So my question to you is, how would you test this? Take a moment. Would you even know where to begin? When working on teams that are employing artificial intelligence within their applications, I often hear the team say something like, oh, we don't need to test this one. It's the AI feature. And everyone, even the testers on the team, go, oh, okay. And then they carry on with their lives. I don't know about you all, but I read the news. So I know that these algorithms are far from perfect. And yet, for some reason, we blindly trust that these systems are this all-knowing black box of perfection. Not long ago, there was a married couple that applied for Apple's credit card. And while both of them were approved, the husband was granted a credit limit 20 times greater than the one his wife was granted. And I know what you're thinking. Maybe the husband has better credit or a higher income or some other reasonable factor. But no, the couple, they filed their taxes jointly. So on paper, their income is one and the same. When they called the customer service reps, they were told that there was absolutely no discrimination because it was the algorithm. The Apple reps urged the couple to check their individual credit scores as they shamed the wife and insinuated that surely her credit must be bad. So of course, they call Apple again and they say, hey, we know that you're not intentionally discriminating, but your algorithm is sexist, you see, because they had gotten their credit scores back. And guess what? The wife's credit score was actually higher than the husband's. So given the factors that are considered for determining a credit limit, if anything, the woman should have been given a slightly higher limit than the man. And it made absolutely zero sense for her to be given 1/20th of the credit limit, right? So the Apple reps nor their supervisors could wrap their minds around how the technology could possibly be wrong. Eventually, the Apple employees got tired of, looking into it, and they upgraded the woman to VIP status to match her husband's credit limit. So as I was reading this fascinating story, I got to wondering, how would you test this? It seems like either Apple is like the other teams that I've seen who skip testing their AI algorithms because they have blind trust in them, or they didn't test with diversity in mind. I often hear people say tech is not political, but the stuff that we build affects lives. And with this great power comes great responsibility. We treat AI as some futuristic concept when there are many applications right now that employ some type of artificial intelligence. Applications that we use on a daily basis, such as Netflix. Did you know that your Netflix homepage is personalized just for you? And that's driven by AI. Every recommended video you see on Netflix was selected by an algorithm. And 80% of what people watch is from the recommendations. So it's pretty important to Netflix's business model that this is correct. But what does correct even mean in this sense? How would you test this, right? Because I know myself better than anyone else, and I can't even say if my recommendations are correct. I used to work at Twitter, and one area where we used AI was to detect and classify spam before it's even reported. So let's say that you had a tweet like this, which says, message us if you're looking to buy some followers, $2 per 1K. I think we can all agree that this is spam, but how do we know this? Is it because of the words that are used? Because this one says, hey, want to be celeb? You have a total of 2K fans. Why don't you go buy some followers? Same words, but this isn't spam. It's rude, but it's not spam. So how would you go about testing this? Watson is IBM's artificial intelligence engine, and it can do all sorts of things, like even make brownies. So I went to Grace Hopper conference several years ago, and IBM had a booth there where they were giving out these brownies. And Watson had analyzed thousands of brownie recipes, and it came up with what it considered the world's best brownie. Now, being the nice person that I am, I went ahead and tested this for you all. I can confirm that this algorithm actually worked. Best brownie I ever had, hands down. But it's not all fun and brownies with Watson. It also does more serious things, like recommends personalized treatment plans for cancer patients by analyzing their DNA, as well as millions of pages of medical literature and clinical trials. So I think that we all can agree there's not much room for error here. But how would you even test something like this? ChatGPT is a new AI chatbot that has already taken the world by storm. Within the first 2 months of its release, more than 100 million people use the service, making it the fastest growing online app in history. Then the ChatGPT and Whisper APIs were released, and this allowed developers to easily embed AI into the applications that they built. The excitement within the developer community was at a level that I have not personally seen before. Developers all over the world spent their weekend building these AI-enabled apps. Even companies such as Snap, Instacart, and Shopify have already begun integrating these APIs into their work products. I can't help but wonder, how are all of these excited developers testing their apps? Are they assuming that the data produced by the APIs is correct simply because it's AI? I sure hope not, because OpenAI, the company that makes ChatGPT, has a disclaimer right on the front page of the app stating that the AI may give incorrect info and even harmful and biased content. Digging a bit more into the bias, OpenAI admits that the model encodes stereotypes, negative sentiments towards certain groups of people, and they explicitly recommend that you test your specific use cases. Now, shortly after the launch of ChatGPT, Google announced Bard, its conversational AI service. Can you believe that in the demo that Google shared, there's incorrect information? So even in the demo, stuff is wrong. As The Verge points out, this mistake highlights the biggest problem of using AI. It's not afraid to just make stuff up. So it's super important that you test it. Fortunately, I've had the opportunity to work on AI-enabled applications, and I had to actually answer the question of how do we test these algorithms that we're using. So I'd love to share my experience with you today. The product that I worked on was an advertisement recommendation system. And e-commerce systems would use us to host their inventory of ads. And when they would engage with a customer, they would query our app to determine the best ad to show the customer in real time. So much like the advertisements that we see when surfing the web are tailored to us based on our browsing habits, this software allowed businesses to show specific product ads to their visitors based on characteristics of that person and their current context. So this type of algorithm isn't entirely new. However, what gave us the advantage over competitors was the coupling of real-time decision-making along with a learning algorithm that promised to make a business's advertising better over time. So I was tasked with automating scenarios to verify if the learning algorithm was working as intended. And while exciting, this was also quite the challenge because at that point, I had no experience with this whatsoever. In fact, this was my first time hearing the term machine learning. So here's what I did. Now, when testing software, I'm accustomed to working on scenarios where the expected result is exact. For example, when working with a typical e-commerce application, if I add a product to my empty cart and that product costs $20, if I modify the quantity in the cart to add 2 more, then my expected subtotal is $60, right? So this is exact, this is testable, this is automatable. I quickly discovered that with AI, there is no exactness. There's a range of valid possibilities that could occur based on what the machine has learned and how it will utilize that information in its future decisions. So the first thing I needed to do was to learn how the algorithm learns so that I could determine what is that range of correctness. And there was one guy on the team, we'll call him resident expert, who was responsible for developing those machine learning features. So I talked to a resident expert to try to get some insight into what triggers the machine to learn. How does it learn? How does it use what it's learned to make decisions? Now, resident expert is one of those guys who, he's really smart, he kind of talks over your head. And so he hit me with like a bunch of jargon and mumbo jumbo that I didn't fully understand. So I took a deep dive into the code to try to get some clarity on how all of this stuff works. Now, between talking with him and looking through the code, I learned quite a bit. Some important things, such as when the third-party e-commerce system wants to show a user an ad, they'll send an API request to us with information about the customer's demographics. And then we would decide on the best ad and send that to them as a response. Then they would respond back to us with another request. And this one would have an accept or reject indication, right? Letting us know whether that ad led to a conversion? So basically, did the customer buy the thing that we told you to show them? Now, before using our system, of course, it hasn't learned anything just yet. So it's going to just randomly show ads. But as there are more and more interactions, our system begins to learn just which ads perform the best with certain demographics. So one or two basic, interactions isn't enough for the system to observe a pattern. It takes thousands and thousands of interactions for our system to learn enough to be able to detect a pattern and learn from that pattern. So what our system learns is then stored in what's called models. And these are like little knowledge bases. And our system consults these models in order to make decisions or recommendations. Okay, great. So that gave me a lot to work with. So before testing any learning, I had to give the system something to learn. So I started with a very simple scenario where I wanted the system to learn that women are more likely to buy dresses and men are more likely to buy pants. Now, remember that we need quite a number of interactions for the system to observe a pattern. So I wrote a script that simulated API requests for 2,000 unique customers who identified as either male or female. And I randomly generated the gender of each customer. So there was always between, 48 to 50% split of one customer type versus the other. And my goal was for the vast majority of women to buy a dress after being shown the dress ad, and the vast majority of the men to buy the pants after being provided with that ad. Now, I didn't limit the inventory to just the dress and the pants, but instead I had 5 ads, dress, pants, and then 3 other clothing items. And since there were 5 ads, the chance of a woman being shown the dress ad or a man being shown the pants ad was 20%, because remember, the system doesn't know anything yet, so there are no models. It's just going to randomly show ads for a while. Now, to make this all more realistic, I skewed the conversions a bit so that it was more like a 65% conversion rate versus 100% of the women buying the dress ad when shown and 100% of the men buying the pants when shown, right? Because the last thing we need is a system that assumes all of a certain demographic behaves the same way, right? Also, to ensure models were created for each of those 5 ads, 2% of the time I had the customer buy the product for whatever ad they were shown, no matter their gender. So I executed this script, and within the code, I stored the results within a data structure. And this essentially ended up being a pool where roughly 1,000 of the customers were women, of which 202 of them were provided with an ad for a dress, as we see here in the second column. And of those 202 women, the third column shows that 133 of the women actually bought the dress. The rest of the third column shows that a few of the women made random purchases based on the ads that they were shown. And then a similar pool was generated for the men in the pants. All right. So given the training that I simulated, it was clear to me that the system should learn that women are likely to buy dresses, men are likely to buy pants. And having learned this, I also expect the system to now offer women dresses more often and men pants more often. However, what does more mean exactly, right? I wasn't quite sure, and I needed to write an assertion in this script. So I asked resident expert, who also couldn't tell me an exact answer, nor could he distinctly give me a range to expect. Now, I'm no statistician or data analyst, so I resorted to using the POX method. The POX method is plain old common sense. If 20% of women were shown the ad for the dress when there were no models in place, then after the system has learned, I expect more than 20% of the women to be shown the dress ad. and I expect the 4 other ads to be shown less than the dress ad and less than they were shown before the learning, right? Likewise, expected a similar result for men, but with the pants ad. So now I've trained the system. There are models. I executed the script again, but this time with 2,000 new unique customers. And then I captured the ad shown in the purchases made into a new data structure. And I had my code to compare it with the data structure before the learning. So before learning, 202 women were shown the dress ad. After learning, 890 were shown the dress ad. So yes, it learned that the women prefer dresses. Perfect. Then I looked at the guys. So 196 men saw the pants ad before the system learned anything. And then after the system was trained, only 59 saw the pants ad. So less than before. But not only that, it seems that 874 men were shown the dress ad, even though only 3 men actually bought a dress after seeing that ad. So something was clearly wrong here, right? And of course, I began to wonder, like, what did I do wrong? Because, of course, I was a novice to AI. So I was pretty certain that this was my fault. Did I not train the system properly? Maybe. So I cleared all of the models that the system had stored, and that basically erased everything that the system had learned. I reran the test to retrain the system. And this time, I actually did get a different result. The men were now shown the pants more often after the system learned again, but so were the women. Very strange. So I looked through my code line by line. I'm trying to find the error here, right? I increased the number of API calls from 2,000 to 10,000 because, maybe it just didn't have enough info to detect a pattern yet. But even with that same result, and it would flip-flop. Sometimes the dress was offered the most, sometimes the pants. So I printed out the results of my data structures before and after learning so I could compare what was going on. And aha, I found it. So remember, I was randomly generating the gender, right? So it was never 50% men and 50% women. It could be like 49, 51 or something like that. And I noticed that whichever ad led to the most conversions during that training period would be the product that the system learned was most favorable. And then the second most popular one would be shown more than the random 20% of the time, but less than the most popular ad. So it became clear to me that the customer demographic was not being considered in these decisions. And that was a bug. A bug in AI? Yes, a bug, friends. Now, writing up this bug report was unlike any bug I've ever written. So I'm used to giving a little description of the scenario, a one-liner stating like the expected result, another one-liner with the actual result. If I'm feeling really generous, I might throw in some logs, some screenshots, right? But this was not that, right? There was no one line expected result. I had to basically write what felt like a research paper, including detailed information on my scenario, how I trained the system to support that scenario, why my expectations were what they were, right? And how did I go about verifying them? So this took me hours to write up. And I opened this bug at the highest severity. So Resident Expert takes a look at the bug report, and you won't believe what he said. He goes, well, it works on my machine, and he closed the bug report. I was crushed, but I humbled myself. I went to his desk. I said, great, it's working for you. Can you show me your setup? I probably did something wrong, right? And he goes, well, and he proceeds to start talking theory and throwing the fancy jargon my way. And he never actually showed me his setup. He just attempted to assure me that the AI works just fine. So I went home. The next day, I revisited my code. I did the same thing I did the day before. Delete the model, start over, look at every line of code, increase the number of customers. No matter what I did, the system would not learn based on demographics. So I called my team lead over and I gave him my whiny rant about how nothing is working and I'm sure I'm doing it wrong and I don't know anything about AI. And he said, Angie, stop it. You're not wrong. You've done the research, you've done the work. You know it just as well as anyone else here. It's a bug. So I reopened the bug report. Now, resident expert didn't close it this time, but he did make comments in the bug report with, the fancy jargon, the mumbo jumbo. And I simply replied, it doesn't work, right? So the bug sat there for weeks, actually, until it came time to release the service. Well, we can't release with a high severity defect on the books. So we had to address this. The product owner called a meeting with resident expert and myself, and that meeting went something like this. Resident expert began to mesmerize the room with his fancy talk. And let me tell you, when this guy talks, people listen. All right. He sounds so smart. He's throwing around those fancy words, the high-tech jargon. And it basically summed up to blah, 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 AI works. And then it was time for me to plead my case. Well, I knew I didn't have a shot of matching his wit when it came to this topic. So I took a different approach. I said, okay, here's what's going on. Let's say that an e-commerce business buys our service. They have a website. We're providing them recommendations on what to show their users. The men are buying the pants like hotcakes with a 65% conversion rate. And as we're observing this, we decide it would be a fantastic idea to instead show the new guys that are visiting the site the dress ad over and over again, even though we know that this one has less than a 2% conversion rate. So by using our service, this e-commerce business is losing a ton of money, and I'm sure they'll end up ditching us once they realize this. But hey, you all do what you think is best. All of a sudden, I had everyone's attention. Product owner immediately turns to resident expert and says, run her scenario on your machine. Resident expert goes, okay. So he gets on his machine, he tries it out finally, and guess what? It doesn't work. So he turns red in the face. He holds his head in shame and he says, I don't know why I doubted Angie in the first place. And I'll admit that felt pretty good. So what did I learn? In this case, hard rules such as the exact results must be known in order to test this had to be revisited and challenged. I feel this is where a lot of teams go wrong. They aren't really considering that, hey, it's necessary to test these algorithms. The techniques that you use to check to see if a button within your app works isn't necessarily going to fly here. But that doesn't mean that you get to skip testing, right? Yes, the testing will be more rigorous, but that is the cost of utilizing AI. I also learned that the need for automation became much more apparent as thousands of customer transactions needed to be simulated and analyzed. So sniff testing the app manually doesn't do anything in the case of AI. A few little basic unit tests are not enough. My test code was pretty complex, but it was able to detect this major bug and save us from embarrassing ourselves in the market. And I learned that simply knowing how to code wasn't enough either. Resident expert knew how to code, and he was an expert in AI. Yet, he was ready to ship the software with the most basic scenario not working. So there's a real need for thoughtful and critical testing of these applications. And finally, no matter how smart the machines become, having blind faith in them is just not good. Plain old common sense can still trump an algorithm. I use common sense to get the product owner to get past the lure of resident experts' fancy jargon. The married couple from earlier used common sense to convince Apple that their algorithm wasn't working. And while we should embrace new technology, it's imperative that we, as engineers or other techies, that we don't allow others to convince us that any software has advanced beyond the point of needing testing. We have to continue to question, to interrogate, and to advocate for the human customers that we serve. This was just one example of machine learning in action. If we ship this as is, the worst thing that could happen would be the loss of money. And in business, that sounds major, but we're using AI for much more, where it's literally life and death. So we're using AI to drive our vehicles, to recommend medical treatment plans, to decide verdicts in legal matters, all while the providers of these AI models are openly admitting bias and incorrect output. So yes, I'm horrified to think of a world where we are not thoroughly testing the AI that we're baking into the applications that we're building. This is no longer a futuristic idea. The future is here, my friends, and I beg of you to test it. Thank you.
Great director and principal author. All right, welcome back. I was just sitting here watching the talk from Angie. There's a lot of takeaways, and it's very timely, I'd say, because we are living in the world of AI right now, right? It's yeah. So there's one thing that I saw a video of the other day that I think Angie covered a little bit here as well, is that AI, or ChatGPT in particular, because that's what we talk about, it seems, is that we don't get the soul of the thing. Like, it's very bland and very flat. I think we still have that human factor that we can add to a lot of these things, even though AI is such a big part of what we're doing. All right. So we have one more goodie before we wrap up for the day, and we're going to have a Q&A session with our own, well, I'll say Q&A, it's more like an interview of our own Simon Allardyce, our principal author at Pluralsight, who's going to talk to Angie about some of these AI things, I guess. We'll see what he's got to say. So if you have any questions to what they're talking about as well, please put them in the chat. Let us know. We're more than happy to still interact, obviously, and we want to hear your opinions on all these things. But yeah, let's just see what Angie and Simon has to say, and then I'll be back after this with a few more bits.
Okay, thanks for watching and continuing to watch. I wanted to take just a quick moment to give a huge thank you to Angie for her talk. It is so easy to get caught up in the hype around AI, all the new tools and applications, and just really focus on those kind of real world pragmatic aspects. What are we actually doing with all this, and how do we make sure that it works? So Angie, thanks again for sharing your expertise. We would love to take a few minutes for some Q&A.
Absolutely.
Okay, so I'm going to begin with kind of a non-AI question, which is kind of just a more pragmatic one, which is, if I am not in an actual hands-on software testing role, I'm in some kind of related role like product management, how much should I realistically expect to learn about software testing, just so I could, sit in a meeting with testers and actually understand what everybody's talking about?
Yeah, I believe that quality is everyone on the team's responsibility. So no matter what role you're in, you should strive to have an idea of what is high quality. Like, what does it mean for our application to be of high quality, right? And with this, you might not know the ins and outs of software testing, and that's okay, but you should know enough to understand who is using your products and how, and then keep those users and their use cases at the forefront of your thoughts when doing your job. And I think that that's more than enough. That's more than a lot of folks are doing.
Okay, so it's really focusing on the end goals rather than maybe the jargon and terminology that the testers use.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay. Well, so in your talk, you kind of focused on the testing applications that were built with artificial intelligence. But what about this kind of idea of actually using AI for the testing itself and using it to test regular or even kind of legacy, older non-AI applications? Where do you think that's all going?
Oh, that's a great question. In my last role, I worked for Applitudes, which is a company that uses AI to visually test your web and your mobile applications. And there are other AI tools that can help you like debug your apps to find the root cause of bugs. I've even seen people ask ChatGPT for test case ideas for their apps. So these are really powerful ways to use AI as a testing assistant, a tool, if you will, to help improve the quality of your apps.
Okay. I guess, kind of on a related idea, do you think we should expect to see, the existing testing tools start to use more AI? Do you think there's going to be just a bunch of new companies and new tools using AI for testing? Is there any kind of, if I'm again kind of loosely involved in this, is there any companies or any areas I should be looking out for or should be watching right now?
Yeah, so as I talked about in the keynote, developers are starting to utilize AI within their applications. And we're seeing companies, big and small, starting to add these AI-enabled features. So you definitely can expect to see more testing tools with this as well. It's really a good area for that. As far as applications that already exist, there is Bodium, which is specifically used to test conversational AI. So we can see that if you're using like the ChatGPT or Whisper APIs, Bodium might be a good tool to test those applications. Again, Applitudes for visual testing. And then there's also Appsurify that determines which test to run based on the code that's checked in. So those are some examples of tools that are using AI for testing purposes. I definitely expect to see more on the market soon.
No, perfect. And you talked a moment ago about, developers now using these tools to help kind of build code, maybe to create unit tests, or I've even read about developers who write the unit tests themselves and then they use ChatGPT to write the code, or the tools like GitHub Copilot. Mm-hmm. As someone particularly, in that kind of developer world, but with that idea of testing, what are your thoughts on that? Does that worry you? Does that just seem like, well, obviously this is where it's going? But yeah, where's that whole area, and how does it make you feel when you see more people doing that?
Yeah, it's actually something that we're exploring on my team at TBD. So we feed ChatGPT our human written test. So we do write the test ourselves and we write the code ourselves. But we'll feed ChatGPT our test to train it on how our APIs work. And the more it knows about how our API is supposed to work, the better it can help developers write code who are using our APIs. So I think developers using ChatGPT to create their features or their tests, I think that's fine as long as the developer double checks the work, right? AI should be used as an assistant, not as your lead developer. So that's my take there. As I illustrated in the talk, the output from AI is not always correct. So you don't want to just blindly take what it says and run with it. There should be a human there who is able to understand the code that's produced and verify that it's correct.
Yeah, absolutely. So you mentioned TBD. I know you're now there. for someone who's maybe heard the name but has no idea what TB is, can you give us a quick summary of what TBD does?
Sure. So TBD is a developer first division at Block, and we focus on decentralized technologies. Specifically, we develop open source platforms and protocols that enable developers to build decentralized apps.
Okay. So if you're in, as I understand, developer relations there, kind of what's your focus? Is it getting more developers, aware of just even this whole kind of subject area and developing apps that use it? Or is it trying to get, new people on board? Or is it trying to get people maybe already working on decentralized apps and trying to shift them over to TBD? Or is it all of the above?
Yeah, pretty much all of the above. So my focus is to teach developers how to build decentralized serverless apps that promote end users owning their own data and content. And to accomplish this, we're provided an SDK called Web5. And that SDK implements 3 open web standards, decentralized identifiers, verifiable credentials, and decentralized web nodes. And so these technologies are new to most web and mobile developers. So what my team does is educates developers all over the world on these concepts, as well as teach them how to use them in practice when building their apps.
Right. So I guess kind of a related question there. If in this kind of role, if you're talking to a new developer, maybe there's someone who's perhaps gone through a boot camp, not necessarily, 4-year university, but they're in their first entry-level job in development. But all they've done is, let's say, call it conventional full-stack web development. They're now becoming aware of AI, machine learning, and blockchain, but they've never touched, they've never heard of a DApp or a DAO. They've never touched any kind of AI and ML tool, and they're just getting overwhelmed with all of this. How do they even begin?
Yeah, first of all, it's overwhelming even for us who have been working in tech for decades. So don't let that intimidate you. My advice would be to aim to be T-shaped. And what that means is you should obtain a basic understanding of a breadth of topics, decide which really interests you, like pick 1 or 2, and then obtain a deep mastery of those 1 or 2 areas that you're interested in. Because it's impossible to dive deep into every single area of tech or even just the trending ones. So I wouldn't bother trying to. What I do is I read tech publications and blog posts. I listen to tech podcasts. I play with various technologies to build small demo apps or little side projects. And that's more than enough to stay up to date with the industry, right? But again, find that one area where you want to invest your time and your energy heavily, go all in with learning as much as you can about that area, actually utilize that knowledge to build interesting projects.
Perfect. Love it. Now, so, kind of we're touching on these topics that in the past were kind of reserved for not just technical roles, but people in fairly deep ones. A few years ago, if I was talking about topics like AI and cloud computing and going into an organization, I would expect my audience to be software developers, data scientists, and kind of that was about it. But at Pluralsight, we've seen this change really quickly, where the audience is much more mixed now. And just in the last few months, we've seen AI kind of go from this very technical topic for technical roles into now being kind of a general business skill, something that everybody's expected to know about. Not just ChatGPT, but it's the elephant in the room, but seeing it baked into Office applications, and just Photoshop is going to start using it. Now, do you see that trend kind of continue? I'd say right now, things like decentralized apps are still a fairly technical topic for technical people, but do you expect that kind of shift to happen as well, where it becomes more of a generally understood business skill?
Yeah, I think so, especially if we look at things like decentralized finance, for example. So I think that's a good area where, you know, finance is not necessarily tech per se, but finances affect everyone, right? People from all walks of life are interested in more accessible ways to manage their money and to transact with others. So like many other areas in today's society, we're using technology to solve for this, specifically blockchain technology. And in the early days, only the tech nerds cared about blockchain, right? And now we see people who aren't in tech at all attending things like blockchain conferences and meetups to learn more about how it impacts whatever it is they're doing in life and how they can get involved. I think people are starting to realize that tech moves the needle a lot in our society, and they are usually playing catch up, right? And so folks are starting to kind of delve into these various topics that seem technical in nature, but they want to learn up front how it's going to impact them. And I think that's a wise thing to do.
Sure, absolutely. Just, yeah, focus on that why. Fantastic. Yeah. Now, I do have a couple of just impromptu questions of things that have been on my mind. We'll to give this a go if you're up for it, which is kind of just this idea. We've had this explosion of AI tools in the last few months, not just ChatGPT, but, you know, we've got Google Bard, there's Copilot in Office and GitHub. We've got image generation tools, video generation tools, even just on a personal level. Are any of these tools ones that you've actually really enjoyed using, or kind of that surprised you? Do you like them? You know, is there some that you will just play around with because they're kind of fun?
I think I'm still in that exploration phase where I'm surprised by how good the tech has become in such a short period of time. So I've been working in the AI space for several years now, and it's always been like this emerging tech that will come one day. And then, you know, we've seen it used in, you know, small use cases like, you know, recommendation engines and things like that. But, you know, the conversational AI piece has always been pretty bad. Like if you think about when you talk with a AI chatbot for customer service on any app, it usually sucks, right? It's not an experience that humans enjoy. And now we see things like ChatGPT and Bard and how folks are running to it and using it almost as an alternative to their Google searches to ask these questions. And the responses that are coming back are just so much better quality than let's say even 1 year ago. And so, yeah, I utilize it to, you know, basically come up with ideas for various things, whether that be professional or personal, even like, oh, I want to throw a party with, you know, what sort of theme should I do? It's in this month or whatever, you know, and it's just a better experience. So I have been dabbling with it that way. I do want to try out like image generation. I saw where Microsoft has incorporated it even in PowerPoint. So maybe my next slide deck, I can get ChatGPT to generate the images and the slides for me, and that would be pretty cool.
Yeah, absolutely. Fantastic. I guess the last thought I'll touch on before we kind of stop here, it's, you know, it's easy for anyone right now to be a bit anxious about AI. They worry it's going to take their jobs. They read about or experience algorithmic bias. You know, there's no surprise that anyone is pessimistic about this, but you kind of strike me as being at least a little more optimistic than pessimistic. So what are the things that you focus on that still kind of give you hope about this whole field?
Yeah, I think it might honestly get a little rough before it gets better. So there's a lot of hype around it right now. We're seeing, you know, substance to match that hype now. And we may see where people feel or businesses feel like, oh, I can get rid of these jobs and I can just use, you know, the the AI to do those jobs. I've used Chat GPT enough to now start recognizing patterns with the output that it's giving me. And so I'm now seeing like, okay, this might have been great for like a one-time use, but if I wanted to utilize this over and over again for like similar tasks, but I want different outcomes, this might not be the best tool. That's where that human creativity comes in. So I say that to say that I wouldn't be surprised if businesses try to like, you know, eliminate some of their human resources in favor of using AI tools, but then realizing, you know what, this isn't working how we expected it to, and we had better quality when we were using humans, and you just kind of see that 360 turn to come back to the human workforce. So that's my prediction. It might get better, worse before it gets better.
Right. Yeah. And I totally agree. Now, I could talk about this topic forever, but let us leave it at that. Angie, thank you again for the talk, and thank you for the discussion. It's been a pleasure. If people want to learn more from you and keep up with what you're working on, what's the best way they can do that? Is it follow you on Twitter? Is it some other social media?
Yeah, so I'm still on Twitter pretty heavily, so you can follow me there, techgirl1908. And then also check out my website, angiejones.tech.
Perfect. That's great. Angie, thank you again. And thank you for watching and for tuning into Tech Skills Day here at Pluralsight.
Thank you.
Welcome back. Thanks, Angie and Simon, for those. I guess it's more of an instant Q&A, but yeah, I can listen to Simon all day. It's just,
and Angie is a star, clearly.
Well, keynote, no, that was really good. So I have Aisha with me. Hi, Aisha. Welcome.
Hi, Lars. Thank you.
Aisha is the director of DevRel for Pluralsight, and I thought maybe you wanted to do this bit of thank yous.
I do. I want to thank once again all of our speakers for joining us throughout Tech Skills Day. Truly, obviously, could not have done this without them, and we're so grateful for them to them for sharing their expertise with us and with all of you. We really hope that we have inspired you all who've been watching throughout the day to learn and to work on your skills. And there's so much out there. There's so much to explore. I hope we've given you a taste of some of those things here today.
And speaking of exploring, with I've said this a few times now, but I'll say it again. With your Tech Skill Days registration, you do get access to Pluralsight Premium for free. So go and redeem that link. There's a link in your email or in the chat or somewhere.
Yeah.
And of course, Skill IQ. Yeah,
absolutely.
Which we went through earlier. I'm still not improved my Python skills.
We'll work on that.
We'll work on that. Oh dear. So yeah, I don't have anything else. Do you want to say some final words, or see you next year?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Thank you all so much again. We truly appreciate you here at Pluralsight.
Yeah. See you next year.
See you next year.